Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29.
Good morning, members. Can I be heard? Okay. Yep. All right. Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. Then can I just then begin the meeting by welcoming everybody this morning to this Committee for Communities. I can't actually see on my screen. Bear with me 1 wee minute here because things are going a wee bit perfect already and we're only started. Let me just see who's in the room or who's online at the moment. So with me on Starleaf at the moment, I have Aisling Riley, Kelly Armstrong, Stephen Dunn, Ciara Ferguson, Andy Allen, Anya Murphy, and Mark Durkin. I think that's everybody. I think is that a full house, or have we one missing? With Paul missing, have we? So it looks like we're all coming in virtually today. So I've been advised that there is no one in the room. So can I then just start by reminding members that they have a requirement to declare any interest on any of the issues that we might be discussing today, and then I'll move on then to agenda item 1, which is a ministerial briefing on the sub-regional Stadia programme. Members, the letter from the Minister on the sub-regional Stadia programme that is in your pack, was in your pack on the 24th of February. It is now in your tabled papers. Okay, then can I welcome the Minister, Deirdre Hargey, to our meeting this morning, along with Shirley Chambers. You're both very welcome. This is all very new to us, doing all this stuff virtually. I think this is only my second one I've chaired virtually, Minister, so you'll bear with us if there's any glitches. So please go ahead and brief the committee.
Yeah, no, thanks very much, Chair. And I'm not great with technology either. I'm still a pen and paper girl. But yes, Shirley's joined me as well. And again, just to thank all of the committee for the opportunity to come along and speak today. And know that on the 24th of February, the team from the department provided you with an update on the actions that we've been looking to take forward in terms of progressing the programme. And obviously what we're trying to do in the absence of a functioning executive as well. And just to really reiterate and reassure from the start my full commitment to this programme and making sure that we do all that we can over the next short period to get this programme progressed as soon as possible. And I suppose I've recognised that it won't only benefit the football family in terms of the much needed investment, but also provide an opportunity to deliver on the executive's wider priorities around social, economic and cultural needs within the respective communities as well. And that's something that the refresh of the programme really tried to do in terms of the role that these clubs and the sport more widely play in terms of that wider regeneration of the neighbourhoods that they're situated in. I understand completely the concerns that have been raised regarding the programme due to the uncertainty around a non-functioning executive as well. However, I want to continue and have been continuing to investigate all options available for progressing this programme within this current mandate. I've obviously communicated to yourselves. I've also wrote to all the NIFL clubs, obviously the IFA and NIFL themselves, who I met with a few weeks ago, and we continue to stay engaged. We're going to be meeting with them again very shortly also. And the programme, I suppose, hasn't been helped by some of the misrepresentation to say that this programme was shelved in the media. That was something that I have never said in terms of the programme. Obviously, we've been proactive to engage both the IFA and NIFL to address the concerns on the back of that media reporting, and I had met them that week as well, and that was a really good and productive meeting with them. I will be meeting with them again and the organisers in terms of providing an update on the progress being made as well. And obviously you'll be aware I have issued, as I said, a question time this week, 2 letters to executive colleagues. I've sought to seek their support to explore the means for me to advance the programme. I've also written to the Finance Minister, as I reiterated a question time on Monday as well, to consider how we tackle cost increases, because I know when I met NIFL and the IFA, these were one of the concerns I know the committee has previously raised around the increase in costs that we're seeing right across construction and the development of capital programmes. So I've asked how we can look at those increases through inflation, and request to see what's required or what we can do to secure an additional part of the budget. So that's part of the engagement and the refreshment that we're having with clubs as well, around what are their needs at the moment, what are the costs of those needs look like in terms of the development, and what impact would that have on the programme by way of the existing budget. But if we can look to secure additional resources, then what does that look like? So we're continuing to work our way through that as well. And again, just to finish, Chair, it's really to just say that, I am committed to exploring all options that's presented to me. As I said at question time last month, which I know sparked some of the concern, was my intention was always to go back to the executive. I had said that after the refreshment exercise in terms of the changes to the programme. And therefore, I believe that that does need executive approval in terms of those final changes. I know from the legal advice that I've received that would stand up in terms of the executive having a say on this significant project, which is a flagship project for the executive as well. But of course, I'm continuing to still look at legal routes to see what we can do to progress this and get it moving. And again, I know in terms of the support of the committee and the aspiration of the committee to do that as well. So I'll continue to work with yourselves, other executive ministers who are still in post, and obviously with the legal advice to see if we can continue to push this at pace over the next couple of weeks. Thank you.
Okay, Minister, thank you for that. Members, can I just remind you, if you want to ask any questions, please raise your hand. I have Stephen Dunn and I have Andy Allen waiting to come in and ask questions. Minister, thank you for that. As I say, this is an issue that this committee, since it was formed 2 years ago, has been asking questions around time and time again. So I just want to ask you, before I bring in members, why was the decision to release this funding not made earlier within the mandate? Was it purely down to the refresh and re-engagement exercise? And when exactly did that finish?
Well, I think it was part in terms of, obviously with a shortened mandate, my intention was always clear from the start, and I have said this publicly in the Assembly and outside, that I always, as part of the refresh and re-engagement exercise, looking at what the programme would look like going forward, that I would be bringing that back to the executive in terms of final sign-off, that I would be doing that by the end of this mandate. Obviously, when I came into post in January 2020, I had engaged the team, I think within a month of coming into post, in terms of where the programme was. It was felt, and I very strongly felt at that point, that the previous consultation that had ended at the start of 2016 was already almost 4 years out of date. And at that consultation process, there were concerns raised around what the programme looked like back in 2011. And there was a concern from the clubs and from individuals who responded that the programme didn't meet the needs of the sport at 2016. And I felt that it certainly then wouldn't have met the needs of the sport in 2020. So we done a refresh and re-engagement exercise. There was a working group, obviously, that was established with NIFL, the IFA, Sport NI and others. And obviously the department were involved in that. I know at the meeting on the 24th of February, Chair, that officials, there's been information that was given to me last June and in the run into the summer in terms of some of the analysis of that refresh and re-engaged exercise. Part of what we've been doing since then is to continue to investigate facility needs through ongoing discussions with the clubs. Obviously, it has taken a bit of time in terms of looking at what the programme needs to look like to meet the needs of the sport now. And as I say, my intention was to bring that back to the executive before the end of this mandate, and that's what I was committed to doing. Obviously, we don't have a functioning executive now, and there's a strong commitment from me that we do all that we can. And I know I would have the support of the committee in doing that, to see, are there other ways that we can progress this? But again, I'm still waiting on that further legal advice coming back regarding that as well.
Thank you, Minister. Again, can I just ask you just to remind us, when was the refresh and re-engagement exercise completed?
Well, there was a report given to me last June as part of that, but obviously discussions were still ongoing. So there would have been club surveys and information like that were given out that were collated back in again. And then I had to look then and consider all of that information, analyse it, and then to look at what a programme to meet the needs of the sport now would look like. So obviously, I mean, these are big decisions, particularly when you change a programme, and that just needed a bit of time to go through all of that, whilst we still continued to keep the engagement going through the working group to look at the identified needs of individual clubs as well in terms of shaping that programme further. So that did take a bit of time. I was ready then to go to the executive with a refreshed proposal in the new year. But then unfortunately the executive isn't functioning. And so therefore I'm continuing to look at other avenues of progressing this.
Okay, thank you. So that exercise was completed 9 months ago, and then you had to do then a further 7 months or 8 months of work on it after the exercise was completed. Can I then ask you, the 36.2 million that we is the figure that we know of. Do you know yet just how far that will go?
Well, not we're still doing that analysis with clubs because obviously issues around inflation. We know that it's not enough. I've been clear in saying that. The 36.2 million is not going to be enough to meet the needs of the sport. And that's why I have engaged with the Finance Minister. I've met with NIFL and the IFA to discuss that. And obviously they're keen to see more resource put into the programme to support those uncontrollable costs in construction. So we're continuing to meet with clubs to look at the needs of the clubs as well. And I know some clubs have been doing obviously business cases and analysis. Some are a bit further than others. And obviously we're trying to engage them all on a level playing field to look at those needs and to make sure that they're ready for when the applications and the process opens. But we're trying to analyse at the moment to kind of get ahead of that, to see, you know, what would the costs be in terms of those raises and how can we then respond to that through additional finance. So we're still working through all of that at the moment.
Okay, Minister, I'm going to open up to members. I have Stephen, then Andy, then Aisling. So can I bring Stephen Dunn in, please? Go ahead, Stephen.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister, for the update. It is incredibly disappointing that we're here over 2 years, 3 months into your term in office. This issue has been in your in tray since then, and there is great disappointment right across the local football community, right across Northern Ireland. Football has been in the up locally with record investment, interest and participation from youth levels, women's levels, local Irish League clubs and right through to the international team. Minister, when will this money be rolled out?
Well, football does make a brilliant contribution. There's no doubt about that. I was actually meeting the Northern Ireland women's team, well, some of them a few days ago, in terms of the role of women in sport and stuff as well. And obviously, I've met with a few clubs over my time as well. I think from the outset, it was clear that the existing programme that had got executive approval back in 2011 was clearly out of date. It didn't meet the needs of the clubs. I think the clubs have reflected that, both in the 2015-16 consultation, but also in the refreshed and engagement exercise. We carried out that exercise at pace, and don't forget, 2 months after taking up post, we were hit with the biggest global health pandemic, in which we had to very quickly respond to community need around food provision, around medical supplies, but we still continued to keep the refresh and engagement exercise going and working with clubs and working with NIFL and the IFA as well. It took a bit of time to analyse that. As a result of all of that, the programme has changed just because of the passage of time. And I was always clear as part of that that change would require going back to the executive in terms of the final sign-off. Now, I never anticipated at any point that a party would walk out of the executive. That was not in my timeline, because I always said that I wanted this programme to progress before the end of the mandate. And of course, notwithstanding the difficulties that we now have without a functioning executive, I'm continuing to look to do all that I can to get this across the line, to look at what we can do. And to that end, I've sought legal advice. I've written to executive ministers. I'm still waiting on responses from some of them to the 2 letters that I have sent to see how we can progress this at pace. And of course, I'm just waiting on the final piece of legal advice as well. The 2 pieces of legal advice I've got until now is because the programme has changed, that does need to go to the executive, but we're trying to see if there's other ways around that. And obviously, I'll continue to work with yourselves as a committee who I know are keen to progress this as I am, to see what we can do to get it moving forward.
Thank you, Minister. But there's still no answer. There's still no definitive answer, and I think that's very, very frustrating. So far, Minister, with all due respect, you have failed football.
Well,
in
with all
August
due
21,
respect,
you advised that you'll update the.
With all due respect, I have
In
engaged
August,
work football, and it's not the fault of them, or indeed me, that we don't have a functioning executive in which I could have brought this paper.
I
I'm trying to
appreciate your
find
points.
solutions around that. But we needed to do the refreshment and re-engagement exercise because the outdated proposals of 2011 did not meet the need of the sport. So I would have been accused, if I had progressed with that programme, the sport, very rightly so, would have criticised me in that it wasn't meeting the needs of the sport at that time. So we needed to re-engage, we needed to talk to clubs, we needed to do the surveys, and then to do that analysis. And that does take time. But I had always committed that this would be done before the end of the mandate. And as I say, I never foreseen a party walking out of the executive before the end of the mandate. But we are where we are, and I'm trying to work with everybody, ministers who are still there, with the committee and with others, to try and get this programme across the line and to get it moving.
Thank you. We appreciate the pandemic did impact upon communities, but of course it impacted across every executive department, and priorities were still able to be delivered, but this important one wasn't delivered. In September, you gave a commitment that it would be rolled out in the short time ahead, was the quote in a recent answer to myself back in September. And I think there is real frustration, and as has been acknowledged, the construction and material costs have increased significantly over the last since your time in office, and even in the last weeks alone. It's just the final point in terms of additional money and commitment from your colleague, the Finance Minister. Have you had any assurances or update on that? Because obviously, as has been pointed out, what would get you 36 million back in 2015? You wouldn't get the same for today. So, is there any proper commitment in terms of additional money and resources around this?
Yeah, well, I've communicated with the Finance Minister. He's responded positively, that he's willing to work with me and other executive colleagues to look at the shortfall and the gap in terms of those uncontrollable costs for the sport in terms of inflation and rising material costs and stuff. But any additional funding, again, gets back to the issue that we need the executive in order to sign that off. The Finance Minister can't do that in isolation, but he's willing and ready. He's working with my department. The officials within the Department of Finance are working with my officials in the department and the team around looking at what that additional cost would look like and making sure that everything is ready to go, and making sure that analysis is done. And that obviously includes continuing to work with clubs in terms of the identified needs at this point and what those costs will look like. But again, that will need to go back to the executive in terms of sign off.
Yeah, just final point, just to express the frustration, I can think of even the own local football club within my constituency, Bangor Football Club, who have a live planning application in. They've already spent thousands of pounds building up case in preparation for this long promised fund. So there's real frustration out there, and Minister, I really urge you to get on with delivery. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
I would move this now. Remember, if I had a functioning executive, I could bring this paper today or tomorrow. But in the absence of that, I can't bring that forward. That's why I'm trying to look at a fix to see if there's another way that I can progress this without delay. But that's the reality of where we are at the moment and the legal advice that I've got.
Okay, thank you. So you
Thanks, Chair.
finished, David?
Thanks, Minister.
You're welcome. Okay, can I then bring in Andy, please?
Thanks, Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Can indeed, Andy.
Thanks, Chair. And thanks, Minister, for your update on this important programme. I'll try to keep my questions succinct as I know there are other members who want to come in. Minister, can I take you back to the 10th of May 2021 at question time? And if you recall, in response to my colleague Mike Nesbitt, you advised that you wanted to take the proposals on the way forward to spend this money to the executive in the coming weeks. Can I ask, and I know you've referenced the club survey to the chair, but at no point during that question time did you advise members in the committee that you needed to conduct a further club survey. So when did it become apparent that the coming weeks was not going to be achievable?
Well, I think in terms of it was clear then, because the programme was going to be changing, Andy, that more analysis and consideration needed to be done at that point. So, I mean, obviously, question time, my answers are at a point in time of where I would have hoped to have taken the programme. More analysis needed to be done. And because the programme, as I said, had changed, that meant that I would need to take that back to the executive. And obviously, that change was reflective of what was coming back from the clubs themselves. And it was important then that that was reflected in terms of the needs of the sport here and now, not back in 2016 or 2011. So that's where we were. Obviously, I was presented with some of that analysis in June, as officials have previously advised the committee. That had to be analysed. I had to look at what a new programme would look like going forward. And of course, we had to continue to work with clubs because costs were continuing to change, and the needs of the clubs. So we were continuing and have been continuing to stay close with them, to analyse, looking at the costs. But then to bring, I had always said that this programme would come forward before the end of the mandate. And that's something that I was ready to do this year, was to bring that forward. And indeed, I have the programme ready. That if there is a functioning executive, that I can present this to them right away.
No, absolutely. And Minister, I appreciate that. And I appreciate, obviously, there was a major piece of work that had to be done around the refresh and re-engagement exercise. But perhaps, I'm struggling to get my head around this. The officials clearly advised committee when they came before us that all of the information in terms of deciding the way forward was presented to yourself in June. I don't understand why it took so long. And I also don't understand why in August and September then you were also advising members in the chamber that coming weeks again was back on the horizon. I don't see any justifiable reason as to why the coming weeks weren't achieved, Minister. And that's not me trying to be party political here. That is just how I'm reading it.
Well, because more analysis needed to be done, the programme was being changed, and obviously that has implications in terms of changing what the programme would have looked like back in 2011 to what it looks like now. We needed to continue the engagement with the clubs and obviously with the working group, and that work had continued. We were also hit again then, Andy, with the pandemic and closures that were coming into the autumn as well, and obviously trying to get money out to the sport in terms of stabilising them around those additional programmes coming up over the winter months also. But the thing is, I have a programme ready. If there's a functioning executive, I can bring that programme to the executive in terms of sign off. And in the absence of that, I'm trying to do all that I can do through engaging with other ministers that are still in post and also seeking the legal advice to see how we can push this forward.
Okay, no, I appreciate that, Minister. So just for me to recap, in May it was coming weeks, in August it was coming weeks, September it was coming weeks. That wasn't achieved. What was the substantive pieces of work that needed to be done that pushed those coming weeks on? Because as I see here, refresh and re-engagement officials advised as that was completed end of June. My understanding from what the officials advised us was that that was everything. That furnished you with all of the material and information you required, Minister, to make the decision. So what did you ask officials to go back and get? Can you help us understand that?
Yeah, well, the programme was going to be changing, so therefore I had to take time because this is a sizable programme in terms of analysing the proposals from the refresh and engagement exercise. That meant that there's going to be new proposals coming forward, and I just needed to make sure and to satisfy myself that those proposals continued to meet the current need, but also the future need of the sport, taking into account the impacts of the pandemic, the financial viability of clubs as well, and sustainability going forward. And of course, importantly, that wider community impact that I talked about earlier, because this programme, not just in terms of the physical capital Stadia upgrade, it is to look at that wider impact in terms of, for example, girls in sport, to look at communities and areas of deprivation as well, and the role that clubs and sport can play going forward. So all of that needed a bit of time in terms of considering it. Obviously, considering bringing a refreshed and changed programme, because that will come obviously, with people looking at that as well in terms of a new programme meeting the needs. And that just took a bit of time to analyse and then to craft a programme that I felt was ready to go to the executive, which I do now have, and we're ready to put that to the executive as soon as it's established.
Okay, so in terms of the information that you were given at the end of June, Minister, as per what we were advised by your official, would you accept that you were in receipt of everything you needed to make your decision at that point then?
No, well, the thing is, Andy, I have a programme ready now. The programme is ready to go. I've written to all executive ministers who are still in post. As I say, I'm still 2 ministers outstanding who have not responded. And obviously, I would encourage them to respond. I'm trying to look at legal options in terms of progressing this programme. And again, obviously, I will look to the support of the committee in trying to get that over the line as well. So I'll continue to keep you engaged. But the programme is now ready. There was analysis and additional information that was needed towards the end of last year. I'd always, as I said, give a commitment that I wanted this programme progressed before the end of the mandate. We're now in a position with no executive, and I'm trying to do everything that I can to work around that. And I'm continuing to engage NIFL and the IFA as we progress going forward. So I do have a programme ready. If I have a functioning executive, as I say, I could present this programme this afternoon or this morning in terms of getting it progressed. And I think that's where the focus needs to be as to how we get this progressed with the difficulty of no functioning executive.
Yeah, no, absolutely, Minister, and I'm committed to seeing this programme delivered as are you and other parties. But what I want to better understand, Minister, is, and you haven't answered my question, is officials advised us as a committee that they felt that they had furnished you with all information necessary to make your decision at the end of June. You're now advising that you weren't in a position to make the decision. So what further information was being garnered at that point? What were you asking officials to go back to clubs with? Because as I understand it now, you were in a position, you had all the information at the end of June, but it took the best part of 8 months before a decision was achieved or reached.
Well, there was more analysis in terms of the ongoing needs of clubs, and those conversations actually are still continuing. We were hit with a period where raising costs in terms of the impact that that would have on the programme, because that would have an impact on the amount of clubs or the level of support that they could get. So there needed to be more analysis done around that. And also further information around the impact of the pandemic, because as I said, we hit another bump going into the autumn period where sport had to stop again. There was a knock-on effect and impact of the sport, and I wanted to make sure that I analysed all of that and looking at making sure the funding going forward would meet the needs of the sport, taking into account the impact of a global pandemic and what that had. So that took time. And we now have all of that analysis done. We're ready to go. That's notwithstanding the issue of costs is still there, and we're continuing to work. And that's why to that end, I have engaged the Minister of Finance, who has responded positively to me in terms of looking at additional resources. But again, it comes back to the point that we need a functioning executive to sign off on that. And I'm trying to look to see what I can do legally to push this ahead in the absence of that executive.
Yeah, no, absolutely, Minister. And I don't want to labour this point, but I think it's an important point. Officials advised us they furnished you with all the information back at the end of June 2021. They didn't caveat that, Minister, and say yes, but Andy, Minister then asked us and tasked us to go away again and look at this. So you'll appreciate where I'm coming from, Minister. I have a answer to a question that said Minister was given everything at the end of June. So what I'm now looking at is that it took yourself, Minister, the best part of 8 months to get round to looking at all that information and deciding the way forward. I just believe that's a very long time. I've never been a minister, so I don't know how long these things take, but I would envisage it shouldn't have taken 8 months, but that's just my viewpoint. Now, Minister, can I bring you back to the legal advice? And you're advising that you're waiting on a further piece of legal advice. When do you expect to receive that?
Well, I'm hoping as soon as possible. I've obviously been pushing for it because of the current situation that we're in, Andy. The two pieces of legal advice that I have had until now is saying because of the cross-cutting nature, because of the change in the programme, that does need executive sign-off. So I'm going back to see what I can do. As I say, I've also written to other executive ministers to work with me and trying to find a way that we can progress this programme without delay. And obviously I'm continuing to work with NIFL and the IFA in that regard as well. So I am hopeful in the coming days. I mean, I can't give a definitive thing at the minute, but I am hoping soon that I can get that legal advice. I'm pressing for the additional information to come forward. But the two pieces of advice I have up until now does say that these issues need to be addressed at an executive.
Yeah, and you've been very clear in your answers, Minister. So I'm struggling to see what you're asking the legal advice to provide for you to look at a workaround. Can you better help us understand that? Because you've been clear in many of your answers. An executive is required for sign off. It's a cross-cutting decision, which it requires executive approval. So it's clear to me, Minister, you're saying that you can't progress this programme. So what are you looking for from the legal advice that you're waiting on?
Well, I think it's to look at the clarity in terms of, I suppose, can I work with other ministers that are still in post? Is there a workaround there? And that's why I have written to other ministers for them to work with me and supporting to get this programme progressed as soon as possible. There were a few issues of clarity in terms of the legal advice. We're looking at a potential workaround. And I need the support of other ministers to do that. So I'm just waiting on the legal advice to identify whether we can approach it that way or whether it's clear that we do need an actual executive with all ministers in post, including the first ministers. And that's the last bit of information that I need from the legal advice. So as I say, I can't, because I'm not given the legal advice, so I can't give you a definitive time, but I'm obviously pushing for that to be done as soon as possible. And then obviously the workaround is to see, are there elements of this programme that we can continue to progress even in the absence of that? But as I say, if we had a functioning executive, this could all be done today.
Yeah, no, absolutely, Minister. And again, back to, we've all engaged with many clubs, and the views of the clubs out there on the ground is that this programme should have been delivered many years ago. Unfortunately, we had a period where a party decided to walk away from the Assembly for 3 years, which contributed to the undelivery of, or the inability to deliver this programme. It should have been delivered many years ago. So, Minister, I have asked on several occasions, I'm looking to ascertain, this programme has obviously been trundling along in the background, and there's important pieces of work that had to be carried out. But I'm trying to ascertain how much the department, including the previous decal department, have spent to date on this programme. On two separate occasions on written questions, I don't know whether intentionally or through misinterpretation of what I'm trying to achieve. I don't believe the latter to be the case. The question has been sidestepped. So, Minister, can you advise here today how much the Department for Communities, including the former decal department, has spent on the sub-regional Stadia programme, all of the consultations, all of the administration up to now, before even one penny has gone out to any club?
I wouldn't have that figure, Andy, in front of me. I would have to come back to you with regards to that, and particularly I wouldn't have the decal figure, to be honest, either. But I suppose from my point of view, the money that has been ring fenced, the 36.2 million, that money in its entirety would be going out in terms of the clubs. And obviously we're trying to get more money secured because of the inflationary increases and all of that. So I would be committed that the money and the figure that we had agreed as a flagship programme, that money would be going out, the impact on the sport. But I don't have a specific figure in terms of money spent to date. I would have to come back to you on that.
Yeah, totally. And I think the reason I'm asking this piece is it's part of that good government piece. It's imperative upon all of us as politicians that we're delivering programs and projects in a timely and effective manner. So I want to better understand, how much has been spent in this and how much could have actually been allocated and gone out in the ground. I welcome the commitment to 36.2 million as a minimum. Obviously, there needs to be a wider work or a conversation on increasing that, but 36.2 million will eventually be going out in the ground. I would like to see that this mandate. From what you said, Minister, I don't see that being the case, unfortunately. But I await you coming back to us with the detail. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Andy. Just before I bring Aisling in, just to let members know that Paul Free and Anya Murphy have also joined the meeting. So we have Ashley, then Ciara, then Mark. So Aisling.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks, Minister, for coming in this morning. Just to say from the outset, what you and your department have delivered in 2 years has been huge across all departments, across all programmes and legislation. So I don't think anyone can really accuse you of not delivering. And just as well, so you're spending time finding a workaround for this programme, which essentially could be delivered if we had a First Minister in post and a functioning executive. So you said a couple of times that you're continuously writing to ministers, and there's 2 ministers that haven't come back in terms of those letters. Can you tell us who those ministers are, or who has responded and who hasn't responded?
I think my understanding to date, it would be DAERA and Health. I'm still waiting on replies from. So the other day, I think since the other day, Economy have responded as well, and all other ministers. So it's just those 2 departments that I'm waiting on responses from.
Okay, and in terms of what exactly have you written to them to ask for?
It's really to look to see if we can find a workaround in the absence of a functioning executive, and for them to work with me and support me in terms of trying to progress the programme, and really to get their support in order to do that. As I say, I've also additionally wrote to finance around additional costings and stuff as well, and obviously they have indicated that they're willing to work with us. And it was really to reflect that to the other ministers also, in terms of which they will know, because they've capital programmes in their own departments where costs have increased. And therefore, so it's really to see if we can find a way of progressing this in the absence of a functioning executive. But as I say, if we had a functioning executive today or tomorrow, then these proposals could be laid right away.
Yeah, thank you, Minister.
Okay, Aisling, thank you. Can we bring in Ciara, please?
Yeah. Minister, just first and foremost, on behalf of the clubs that I've been working with in the city, not only in my new role as MLA, but my previous role in the community and voluntary sector, I know they've worked quite closely with yourselves and the department over the past year and a half and trying to review and refresh, obviously, the programme so it does meet existing and future needs into the future. I suppose just to state on record that the clubs that I've been working with have been really, really disappointed with the executive now defunct, and it's just 2 months stolen from being able to progress this absolutely vital programme for our clubs and to be investing in our grassroots local football clubs. I think first and foremost, I think we need to put on record that we all appreciate the energy and the investment that you yourself and the department have had to do now over the past couple of months to try and work around and progress this programme. Whilst it's so frustrating that we don't have an executive that can go forward, and I think it's a duty upon all of us. And I know the local clubs that I'm liaising with and their families are very keen to call for a restoration of the executive with full spending power and decision making, so we can progress this programme and many other programmes. And I believe, on behalf of the clubs and the families and the individuals in the city that I've been liaising with, they're very keen that we need to get the executive back, and we need to the executive need to hold an extraordinary meeting and they need to allocate the budget and let's progress this programme. So I just want to put that on record because I'm working very closely with the clubs. They're really, really frustrated. They appreciate the ongoing work and the workaround that you have to do. And as Andy and others have asked the questions, these liaising with all our ministers to see what we can do to progress this. So thank you very much for all the work that yourselves and the department are currently doing to try their best to progress the programme.
Yeah, I just think coming back to that is the obviously to look at a workaround in the absence of an executive, I would need the support of all other ministers. So it's in that context that I've written to them. And obviously I'm still waiting on some responses to that. And obviously I'll be communicating again if I don't receive that to try and get that as soon as possible so that we can, if there's a way to progress it, to move that forward. So I'm still, as I say, waiting on some responses. And hopefully I'll receive those soon.
Well, I hope that all that we can do and trying to encourage those ministers to respond and to expedite this process to see how best we can all assist yourself and the department and of the clubs that are waiting out there and are frustrated and want to see this progress. So I'm assuming us as a committee will do our best to try and ensure those ministers will reply and will work with you to progress the programme. So thank you.
Okay, thanks for that, Ciara. Can I bring in Mark Durkin, please?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister, for coming along. I'd certainly share the frustrations expressed by other members and expressed by yourself, Minister, at our inability to have got this programme rolled out thus far, and the particular, I suppose, current political circumstance where we don't have an executive, and that is the barrier to us doing so. I'm conscious that the previous questioner, a party colleague of yours, spoke about the 2 months that we have lost now, and I suppose, while I'm certainly not defending the DUP walkout, it's completely reprehensible. In my view, we can't ignore the fact, and Andy made the point as well, that we were robbed of 3 years because we had no executive. This programme should have been out the door 3 or 4 years ago. In terms, Minister, of the workaround and these outstanding ministerial responses that you're waiting for, are you still looking for a workaround? Do you need unanimous ministerial support to proceed with looking for a workaround, or have you identified a potential workaround that you require ministerial approval for?
I'm still trying to look, Mark, to see practically what I can do, but obviously I imagine that I would need the support of all ministers. So just the way the Minister of Health had communicated with all ministers around COVID. Now, there was different legislative competencies in terms of that act that fell under his responsibility, but I've written to all ministers asking for their support in trying to find a workaround and supporting me to try and find a workaround. And obviously I'm still waiting on the last piece of legal advice to see legally what I'm able to do on those responses. And I'm hopeful, as I say, to receive them. I've sent 2 letters to each of the ministers. And if I don't get a response, I mean, I'm going to communicate again just to try and get all of the ministers who are still in post on board to try and see if we can find a workable solution.
Yeah, and no, I could understand the situation where ministerial consensus might be required to establish or roll out or implement a workaround. I'm not sure how, and well, I haven't been in there in a while, but I'm not sure how that full consensus would be required to actually seek and find a workaround. And to me, this outstanding letter is maybe another wee bit of blame game going on and a bit of a red herring. I think it's incumbent that we're all working together to actually look for the workaround, and then when consensus is required, that it is forthcoming. But definitely, I can't understand why ministers wouldn't respond positively to you in terms of supporting your attempts to find a workaround. But I don't think a lack of response should necessarily be a barrier to you and your officials continuing to seek one. Also, Minister, just I can play the meeting back later maybe, but there's just appeared to be a wee bit of contradiction in some of what was being said today. Now, Andy quite forensically touched on answers that had been given earlier, and where the programme was at and how far it might be from readiness. And you'd made the point that more work had to be done with clubs in terms of how the programme should look. And I fully understand and appreciate that. I think that's an important piece of work. Then you said that you'd be ready to bring this to the executive tomorrow if we had one, and we do wish that we had. Yet then you said that work is still ongoing with clubs, etc. So has the work with clubs, is it finished, or is it ongoing? And would you be ready, had we an executive tomorrow, to bring it there?
Yeah, well, I think there's a couple of things there, Mark. So the work in terms of where we are now is ready. I have proposals there, so I would have an executive paper ready to present to the executive if it got up and running today, for example. The work that's continuing is the analysis around cost, and obviously this will continue to fluctuate throughout the programme. So moving to the next phase, it would be getting in to analyse those costs in more detail, and we're obviously trying to front load some of that work because I've obviously written to the Minister of Finance around the likelihood of increased resource going to this programme to cover some of those uncontrollable costs. So it's that angle of engagement that we're continuing to have with clubs around what is the impact of rising costs of inflation in terms of the programmes that they want to deliver within their clubs. So that analysis will continue even as the programme starts to open and to roll out because it's in real time. So that's what I mean by ongoing work at the moment. But to be clear, in terms of a programme, I would have an executive paper ready, yes, now, that I could present to the executive in terms of pushing this programme forward. The other point, I mean, I wasn't blaming any other minister. I think I was asked a question and I responded in terms of who had responded. I'm not waiting on ministers to try and find a workaround. That's why I've went and sought legal advice. But what I have been clear is to try and get the support of all of those other ministers in supporting me and trying to find a workaround and getting the programme progressed. So there was no blaming, and if it came across that way, that's not what it was, but I was simply responding to a question that was asked that I have communicated to all ministers. I've sent 2 letters. I'm waiting on some responses, and I was clear in saying that I'm hopeful to get those responses soon.
Oh, okay, but they are a bit of a red herring, the letters then.
Well, no, they're not, because I need to see or to seek clarity if I can progress, that I have the support of other executive ministers who are still in post.
You need the approval of other ministers to see if you can progress with looking for a solution, but you only have to send or a workaround. But you've just said that you don't need that, and that's how you've sought
So
legal
what I'm
advice.
saying is I'm still seeking legal advice. I'm not waiting on the permission of other ministers to look at legal advice and trying to look at a workable solution. But in terms of moving the programme forward, because ultimately I would have had to have went back to the executive, then that would mean getting the support of ministers. So I've written to ministers to ask them to work with me to look at a solution in order to progress this programme. So it's not a red herring. It's what the health minister done in terms of writing to all ministers around COVID and the impact of lifting the remaining restrictions and trying to get that support across the executive in terms of progressing. So I'm working to the same vein and trying to get the support of other ministers to see what we can do to push this programme forward. But it does get back, if we have a functioning executive today or tomorrow, I could have an executive paper to them with the proposed programme going forward.
Okay, and in terms of that paper and the proposed changes to the programme and improvements, without doubt, and all the changes weren't around finance, that they were about different needs and that had been identified. You'd spoken before, and we welcome, I suppose, the growth in the women's game and stuff like that. So proposals will have changed, as well as the ultimate cost of those proposals. But are all the changes in the programme subject to executive approval, or just the inevitable additional financial ask?
No, because the programme has changed from what it was in 2011. The legal advice is clear, Mark, that I need to bring that back to the executive for sign-off.
Okay. Now, I have made this point before, Minister, and I probably don't expect you to agree with this, but I'd made it before when others on committee were badgering you or maybe bashing you a bit about the pace of progress of this programme over the past year. But I'd made the point, maybe I'm just a cynic, that I felt you might be leaving it to as close to the end of the mandate as possible for dramatic effect and to possibly maximise electoral benefit. Can you categorically state that that's not the case?
No, I heard you say this at the chamber and I was like flummoxed by it because I always said that I wanted to deliver this before the end of the mandate. I mean, you would be then saying that I've held up legislation in order to take it till the wire to the end of the mandate. I mean, the reality is we were in a shortened mandate. We were hit with the biggest global health pandemic, and yet I was trying to progress all of this work at pace, which ultimately would have led to a bottleneck at this point. And it's not just unique to my department. I mean, across the board, you can even see in the legislative programme the amount of good legislation that's coming through at this point in the mandate because of the time. And I mean, you'll know yourselves as a committee, has it been flat out in terms of the programme of work. So there was nothing in terms of electoral. It was just the time that it took to develop the programmes and to get it through, and that commitment to do that before the end of the mandate. And it just so happens the end of the mandate is just before an election, but I don't make those rules.
And I do fully appreciate that you have had a lot of other stuff on your plate, and appreciate the efforts that you've made to address the plethora of issues facing your department and facing communities across the north. But you used the term there, at pace. Whenever, as Andy has established or sort of reiterated, the officials were saying that as of May last year, they thought they had provided everything that was required. I don't think, well, I don't know if you think that the work has been carried out at pace since then on this programme.
Well, as
I
we
don't
said
know.
previously, the programme haven't progressed in 10 years. I've been in post 2 years, and if we had had a functioning executive, I would have had this in front of the executive before the end of that mandate, which would have been within a 2-year period or just over 2 years. I didn't foresee party walking out of the executive, and I'm ready with the programme now to progress it. If we have a functioning executive, this can be done in this mandate.
Okay, Minister. Thank you. Hope it can.
Okay, thank you, Mark. I have one more member who has indicated they want to ask a few questions, and that's Paul Frey. If we could bring Paul in, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister, for your time. You have spent a lot of time with the committee and answered the questions as best you could. So thank you for that. Minister, can I ask you, if you have a plan and a set of proposals ready to go this morning, will you furnish those proposals to this committee?
I'd need to look at that, Paul, in terms of the legal advice around, do I need to furnish that to the executive first? So I wouldn't be comfortable to say yes or no at this point until I looked at that advice. I do have a set of proposals ready, which are different from what was there in 2011, as in response to the refreshment and engagement exercise with clubs. But I don't know legally if I would be able to, but I certainly go away and look at that and then come back to you. If I can do it, then I wouldn't have a problem. But I need to check to see if I need to furnish that to the executive first. Again, so I'd need to check that.
Okay, as you've said many times today, Minister, the executive can't meet. So in the absence of an executive, would you publish or produce those proposals to the committee, even in committee form, even in private?
Well, I'm waiting to, as I say, I've written to other ministers to support me to look at finding a workable solution. And again, I'm waiting on the legal advice. So once I've received that, then certainly, Paul, once I've considered that, I'll come back to you with a response. But I'll want to look at that final piece of the legal advice in terms of legally what I can do and can't do. But if I can do it, then certainly I would have no problems in sharing the information.
But surely, Minister, you haven't asked a specific question of your legal team whether or not you can publish or give it to the committee. So I suppose I'm asking you, Minister, in the absence of asking that legal advice or asking that legal question, to publish it to this committee, can I ask who advised you that you needed legal advice to activate a workaround plan?
Well, clearly the legal advice that I have got has said that I need executive approval to sign off the programme. And normally you don't share a programme until it then goes to the executive. So I'm trying to see if there's another way around, in the absence of a functioning executive working with other ministers, can I progress this programme at pace? What I'm not willing to say to you now is, yes, I can share that programme without going back to see legally if I can do that without it having gone to the executive first. So I don't want to mislead you and say, yes, I can or no, I can't. I want to go and seek that legal advice because I haven't asked that question. And I haven't been asked it. You're the first who has asked me it in terms of the programme. Normally, the run of things is I bring the programme to the executive first. They sign off and then you alert the committee and alert others. We can't do that at the minute, so I need to look legally at what I can and can't do. And as soon as I get that, I will furnish you with the information. And if I can publish the programme, then certainly I will do that.
So nothing like a bit of legal advice to hold things up, Minister.
No,
You
well, I'm
see,
trying to
you
work
see,
with Paul in terms of the legal. You've asked me a question that legally I don't know if I can share it with you in the absence of not sharing it with the executive.
yeah.
So it's
So
not, do you know what I mean? I don't know if I can do that, and I'm not going to give you an answer that I don't know. So I'm being honest with you, I don't know, and
yeah.
I'm going to go away and look at that, and I'll come back to you as soon as possible.
So what is physically stopping you from giving us that plan? But also, what is physically stopping you from doing a workaround plan? Because because you will be aware, Minister, that you can make a ministerial direction. Now, I made, when I was a minister for 3 weeks, I made a ministerial direction, and I spent millions of pounds to help the airline industry. All we're asking you to do is make a ministerial direction to publish the plan to give to this committee in the interests of transparency and openness. Not to spend money, but to publish that plan. Why can you not do that, Minister?
Well, the clear legal advice is that I have to go to the executive. So that's the clear legal advice. I would be breaching the legal advice that I have been given if I was to go ahead and publish that now without having taken that to the executive. So therefore, I will need to go and explore further that if I was to release the plan now in the absence of the executive, is that legal? So I've given ministerial directions before, but I haven't breached legal advice. And that's what I want to go and to look at in terms of seeking that. So the legal advice that I have is quite clear. I need to bring this to the executive for sign off. And normally you don't release any plans unless you bring it to the executive first. So that's what I'm following in terms of the rules that are clearly set out for me
Can I ask, Minister, when did you receive that legal advice?
this week.
This week.
Yeah.
And that's even in the absence of an executive being able to meet.
Well, yes, because DSO can still advise ministers that are still in post, as can the Attorney General, can advise ministers. So you'll be aware the Finance Minister sought legal advice on the budget. Other ministers have sought legal advice in this period with no functioning executive. So I've done nothing different to what other ministers have done.
Whilst you cited, I think you cited the Health Minister, somebody cited the Health Minister writing to the executive members in order for him to move on his restrictions. Now, I've always was always aware that the Health Minister always had the power with regards to the COVID regulations. You won't be in that same position, Minister. I acknowledge that. But when you write to all your ministerial colleagues, are you waiting and anticipating that they all respond to you before you can act? Or surely now that you have a majority of ministers coming back, Is that not enough?
Well, I would like all. I don't see a reason why ministers wouldn't respond, is the first thing. As I said, I'm still proactively looking at the legal advice, even in the absence of all ministers responding. So it's not like I'm sitting waiting on these letters coming back in. But ideally, I would like to know the position of all ministers in order to see if I have their support in looking at a workaround. But I think the issue is clear. I mean, we're trying to find a workaround because there's no functioning executive. If there was a functioning executive today, I have proposals ready that I can present to that executive. And for me, that is the ideal solution, that we get the executive up and running, that I can present my proposals, get them signed off, and get the programme moving. And sorry, it's just to the chair. I need to leave soon because I have another engagement. So I'm just conscious of time. So it was just a point. Sorry, Paul.
Yeah, you're okay. Final questions, Minister. What actually has changed in the programme? Because the only thing that I can see that has really changed since 2011 is the costs. Clubs would have spent thousands employing agents to draw up plans and architectural drawings to hopefully then insert into planning. The only thing I see that would have changed is the rising costs and then maybe the budget line coming from the department. So what other changes are made within the programme without actually publishing the programme? What can you tell us what changes are actually made within the programme?
Yeah, well, the programme has changed because that's been in response to clubs who had raised concerns of the 2011 proposals when they were consulted upon in 2015 and 16. There was strong concern that those proposals did not meet the needs of the sport. I also, as part of the refreshment exercise, when I came into post, clubs have said the same thing. And see, in terms of, so the programme has changed. The pillars that were there in 2011 are not the same pillars that are being proposed now. I mean, I don't want to get into any further detail because you're getting into the detail of the programme, and therefore it has changed. The overall cost is the same because obviously I still have to work with 36.2 million, but obviously taking into account inflation, as I said earlier, we're trying to look at that to see if we can increase the overall cost. But the nature of the programme is different, and I think a big focus to make sure that there's regional balance for the sport as well, that it's not all contained within one geographical area, that we're looking at the needs of the sport coming out of the pandemic, and also looking at those other issues around targeting women in sport, looking at areas of disadvantage as well, which are all again priorities for the department and for the programme. So, but really the change and the need for change has come from the clubs themselves, that they feel the programme that was presented back in 2011 is out of date, just with the passage of time, and it doesn't meet the needs of the sport. And we believe now the proposals that I do have is reflective of the views and opinions that have come from the clubs.
When you say it doesn't meet the need for the sport, what do you actually mean by that?
Well, the proposed profile that was in 2011 did not meet the needs of where the sport was now. Now, I suppose the overall programme is not going to meet all of the needs because it's the money is only 36.2 million. So we have to design a programme with the money that we have. And therefore that's not going to meet all of the need. And obviously we're trying to find a workaround around that. But the refresh and re-engagement exercise clearly says that there needs to be regional balance in terms of the money being spent, that we need to look at things around women in sport, around social disadvantage as well. And that's part of what the new design programme and proposals will contain.
So what you're saying then is that with regards to 2011 scheme, where there would be winners then, they're now going to be losers in this new scheme?
Well, I think what the scheme is that it's an open and fair and level playing field for all clubs. And there will be an open process that would be attributed to all clubs who are involved within the sport at the various levels.
Okay, thanks. I'll leave it there, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Paul. Minister, I certainly am disappointed that two ministers had not got back to you. I have been assured, because I sent a message, that the dear minister will have that letter of support with you before the end of today. Andy, you've asked to come back in again. Can I ask you to be very brief, as we know the minister's under a time scale here? If you can bring Andy in, please.
I will, Chair. Thanks, and apologies, Minister, if you've answered this already. I'll dip out briefly. The proposal paper that you have ready to go, when was that finalised?
That has been finalised really coming into the new year, in terms of, I can't remember the exact date, Andy, but obviously I was ready to bring the proposal before the end of the mandate, and then obviously the executive came down, so which prohibited me from bringing it forward.
Okay, so New Year, did you put any requests forward in January then, before the executive collapsed, to
No, it
have?
was still analysis that we were completing, so my proposals would have been ready, I think it was February time, in terms of progressing a paper.
Okay, so your proposals only became ready after the executive collapsed?
Well, my intent, I didn't know the executive was going to collapse. I had no thought that that was going to happen. And what I've been clear in the start is that my proposals would come forward before the end of this mandate, that they could be signed off by the executive. And I never thought, I mean, I don't have a crystal ball to know that the party was going to walk out. And I never thought that that would have happened. And we're now in this position because that has happened. And that's through no fault of my own.
No, I
I
appreciate that.
here and ready to bring the proposals. If we have an executive, as I said today, I can bring these proposals to them.
Yeah, and I know obviously no one can work on the basis of intent, but the party that walked out of the executive had been intimating that they were going to walk out of the executive for quite some time before they did do so. So was it not within your psyche, Minister, to say, look, right, we could have an eventuality where the executive collapsed? Was there an opportunity to fast track things?
So would that have been, did all ministers do that then, Andy, in terms of, I mean, I'm in the executive to work with all other parties to progress and to work to the end of the mandate. I was clear in these proposals. I've been clear in all of the public sessions I've had with members that I wanted these proposals to progress before the end of the mandate, that I would be presenting them to the executive. So all parties knew that I was going to be presenting them to the executive before the end of the mandate. I can't be held responsible for the actions of a party that decides to walk out,
No,
and that
well,
is my control.
yeah.
But what I'm saying clearly is, I have a proposal ready. That can go to the executive. If the executive was up and running today, I can put that proposal to the executive.
No, absolutely. And look, Minister, I don't know what other ministers done. All I can do is speak to you today from my perspective of being the Ulster Unionist Party representative for the Department of Communities. I'm certainly confused because we have a number of occasions, as I've repeated previously, where you said coming weeks, and then we have the end of the mandate, etc. I believe it could have been and should have been done before the executive collapse. But I'll leave it there. I know you have to go. Thanks, Chair.
Just
Okay.
as answer on that, sorry, I can't respond to a party threatening to come out of the executive. As I say, I mean, my intent was the executive was going to run to the end of this mandate, and that was my intent. And just to cover the other issue, Paul, I mean, wasn't blaming other ministers. As I've said at the start, I've written to ministers, and as I've said again, I'm hopeful that they will respond to me soon. And so I'm not laying blame on anyone. I've answered a question, and as I say, I'm hopeful that all ministers will respond as soon as possible to my letters.
Okay, thank you, Minister. No other member has indicated they want to ask anything further, and I think you're under time pressures anyway. So, look, thank you for your time today. We do appreciate it.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
Okay. All right, members, we're going to move swiftly on to agenda item 2, which is apologies. There are no apologies. I know that was it Anya had to leave early because she had something else she had to attend. But other than that, no other apologies. I'll move on then to agenda item 3 and just remind members we can hear everything that you're doing now because you're in the spotlight. I'm going to move on to agenda item 3, chairperson's business. I just want to remind everybody that this is our penultimate meeting of the mandate, and therefore time is very limited in terms of receiving any further responses to any correspondence that might be followed from this meeting. If members do wish to send any correspondence following the meeting, we will endeavour to try and get swift responses. But of course, as you know, there is no guarantee to that. Members will know that next Thursday is St Patrick's Day, so our committee will not be on, and then the following week is our last one. So just to be mindful of that. Also, members, just to remind you that today's theme is about women for our committee, which I'm delighted about. I think it's really good. So I think that we as a committee, I don't know if any other committees have done this week, but I'm so glad that this Committee for Communities was able to facilitate so many witness sessions today from various women in working, whether that is sport or within the community. So just we have a tight schedule today and lots to get through. I'll move on then to agenda item 4, which is draft minutes. Members, draft minutes of the meeting of the 3rd of March 2022 are at page 8. Can I ask members, are you content with the minutes as drafted?
Content, yep.
Thank you, Ciara. Then agenda item 5 is matters arising. Members, you have been provided at page 19 with the latest report from the Examiner of Statutory Rules. The Examiner draws attention to SR 2021-288, the Job Seekers Allowance and Employment and Support Allowance Amendment Regulations, Northern Ireland 2021, and to SR 2021-302, Universal Credit Work Allowance and Taper Amendment Regulations, Northern Ireland 2021. The Department has acknowledged that these regulations were laid in breach of the 21-day rule and has explained the breach. The ESR is content that the Department has, on this occasion, provided a satisfactory explanation for the breach. Members, any comments or content to note? Content?
Yeah, content.
Okay, thank you. Members, information has been provided at page 34 with papers from the APG on homelessness as requested at last week's meeting. Members, any comment on that or content to note? Content?
Yeah.
Good stuff. Thank you. Oh, Kelly, you sound really hoarse. Can I then move us on to agenda item 6, which is the NIFL briefing on women's Premiership and work on the ladies' game. Members, before we start the briefing, I'm sure we've all seen the Minister's announcement on Tuesday for the £100,000 to help promote female sport through football and to encourage more women and girls into participating in football. I know certainly that is something that the committee welcomes, and I'm sure it'll be made comment of during a few of our briefings this morning. So members, can I just then ask you to turn to page 83 of your pack where you'll find the briefing paper from NIFL. And then can I welcome then to our meeting Gerard Lawler and Stephen Mills. Yous are both very welcome today. Good to see you. And Gerard, is it yourself that's going to brief the committee?
I will firstly, Chair, thank you for your time and the invitation. Stephen is the man who does all the hard work, so I'm going to give him the credit to take the committee through the work. Stephen's been involved in the project, Chair. As you know, I'm new to post, so I let Stephen take the credit of where the ladies' game in NIFL is, and he'll take you through the presentation.
Okay, go ahead, Stephen.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Gerard. The committee have been offered a short briefing paper. I literally just run through that and paraphrase that just to give a little bit of context of the role that Northern Ireland Football League has played in more recent times in the development of women's football. So 2021 marked the 6th year of the Women's Premiership under the guidance of the Northern Ireland Football League, with Glentoran women winning the title for the 2nd consecutive year. Women's football traditionally runs what we would call as a summer season, so April through to October, which gives us the opportunity to expose the game at a higher level while the men are having their off season during the summer. However, to accommodate and support the international squad competing in this summer's Euros, we'll have a slight tweak where we'll pause halfway through just to allow a lot of the players who are playing domestically to obviously go and play in the Euros, but also support the team while they're there. The Women's Premiership has become very much a key part of the operations and business development at NIFL. and we're delighted to have Danske Bank as the title sponsors for both our women's and men's Premiership, and Electric Ireland as title sponsors of our reasonably new Women's Academy League. Over the last 6 years, we've witnessed significant growth in the popularity and interest in women's football, and NIFL is proud of playing a leading role in bringing the visibility of women's sport in Northern Ireland to a much higher level. Under the direction of NIFL, there have been some key developments over that 6-year period, including representation at board level coming from the Women's Premiership Management Committee, the introduction of minimum standards as we strive towards a licensing process in women's football. Over the COVID period, we were delighted to argue the point and get elite status within the Women's Premiership, and we've developed academy leagues as well within our structure. We're also very pleased in terms of the impact we've had around live streaming with our partnership with BBC Sport NI and a weekly highlights package, again just adding the visibility and the importance of the women's game, not only for NIFL but for the general population. This year we're excited. We're finally moving to an 8-team league. Over the last number of years, it has only been 6, and that's largely to do with capacity and the stage of development of women's game. But I think that's a sign of the growth and improvement. We now can announce that we're up to 8, and we hope to grow that both in terms of numbers but also quality over that period. I'll probably not bore you with the stats around the reach and social media and the numbers that we are incredibly proud of over those last 6 years, but it's fair to say that we are making an impact and we are growing as a league, and it's something we are proud of. But as a league operating body, we are motivated, we are ambitious, and we feel that we've got a responsibility to support the ambitions of our member clubs. And with their plans for further growth and development, we look forward to moving into a period where there's a level of professionalism that maybe has not been here to date. We look forward to having club licensing in place, so there's a level of equality across football as a whole. But from a Northern Ireland perspective, we see huge potential and further growth within the Women's Premiership. We're excited what the catalysts such as the Women's Euros in the summer can offer alongside the sub-regional funding and the impact that can have on the women's game. So probably just short and sweet. We are still relatively new and young within women's football. I say 6 years, but I think the strides we've made, we're very proud of those, but there's more to go. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Thanks, Stephen, for that. Jared, is there anything further you want to add before we go into questions?
No, just Chair, that obviously we see the development of the ladies' game and the role. We have put in the paper that next year, for the first time in the history of football in this country, we will offer professionalism. So currently women are not able to earn a living from football in this country and the jurisdiction. So we have taken strides and worked with the clubs and got everyone to a point where for the first time, the 2023 season, we will have professionalism, and we're delighted with the message that women will now be able within the NIFL League to earn a living and earn money from playing football, which we think is only fair and something we're very proud of, Chair.
No, that's good news. That was one of my questions to ask you, is when we will see that full time. So 2023, that's not too far away. So that's really encouraging. Most of the members on this, and I think yourselves as well, I know that football would not be something that I would be doing a mastermind on. But it is something I have an interest in, and not least because I'm forced to watch it here at home. But I'm really interested in the women's game, and I think it's fantastic. And you'd mentioned there about extending to 8 teams this season. So again, as I said, not my specialist subject. How many teams is that out of your sort of Premiership clubs, and how many does that leave then that it still don't have that? That team.
So in a new strategy going forward, Chair, we would like to see all our senior men's teams involved in some way. The ladies' Premiership runs a little bit different. So we have 5 of our main clubs that have a ladies section, and then there's others, some are affiliated. The one thing I suppose that we do bring to the table, which we're very proud of. And your Northwest members, I hopefully will give us some praise that we do include the Derry City ladies team in NIFL. Someday we might hope to get the men's team back into it, but we'll leave that one at the moment. And we do have Sion, so we represent the whole broad of the province in the game. So we would encourage all our men's team, and we hope in a strategy going forward, all the men's teams would be linked up with the ladies sections. But some of the ladies teams, Chair, are standalone clubs and very strong clubs in their own right. And I think that's an added value for us, that they're not hanging on to the coattails of men's clubs, and they are just standalone clubs that are there in their own right.
And just further on from that as well, when we look at our youth within many of those clubs, there seems to be a good breakdown of young girls and being introduced to football. Do you have a percentage of what that is, or any idea of how that sits at the minute?
Stephen, do you have that figure handy?
I wouldn't necessarily have a figure. And probably just to add some context, that we are really only responsible for the top flight. And just to go back to your previous question about how many of our men's Premiership clubs, there's still other clubs who would sit and play within the NIWFA structure. So the likes of a Coleraine, who have a first team, a men's team in the men's Premiership under NIFL, their women's club or team would be playing under NIWFA. So it's not they don't have a team, they just don't play in the top flight. In terms of the kind of age profile, we cater for an under-19 league and a senior adult league. But again, all our clubs will have teams right through from probably under 10 up. And that is an area that is growing considerably. It sits within the Irish Football Association as opposed to yourselves, but I know firsthand from a youth club that I'm involved in, the growth in the women's game, the girls section is fantastic.
I suppose apologies again for my naivety around all of these things. Can I just remind members, if they want to ask any questions, can they please raise their hands? Because I'm sure they probably ask much more pressing questions than I'm asking. I don't know if you were listening in there to the latter part of our evidence session there with the Minister, where we were looking at the sub-regional Stadia programme. Is there any funding within that that has been specifically earmarked for the ladies' game? Do you know of?
Stephen has been on the working group, so thank God I did bring him today, so I'm going to push that one back to him.
I wouldn't, Chair, I wouldn't say specifically earmarked for it, but certainly our stance is growing a whole club, regardless if it's male, female, and we were very much encouraging, as Jared said, our new strategy will be encouraging our clubs to ensure that they do have a female section, because I think that's where the structure and the capacity will be supported in the women's game. So they will certainly be involved in the sub-regional funding, whether it will be standalone. I suppose that's a decision for the Minister to make.
And one thing I'd add, Chair, is sub-regional is so important for us. And I know it's about facilities, but so much for me, and especially a club that I was involved with previously, it's having facilities for ladies. And I mean about basic toilet facilities and baby changing facilities and things like that. So facilities, it's not all about participation for us. It very much is having the facilities for females to come to matches. We see there's definitely a large growth in the female participation and the attendance of games. And as I say, it's a study that we need to do for the future of what is the actual audience, but there's a very large uptake in a number of years in females attending NIFL Premiership games, and it's very evident within grounds, and it's creating a whole different atmosphere, and it's something that we're very proud of.
No, I get that. I attended my first Northern Ireland football match just before Christmas and thoroughly enjoyed it. Really enjoyed it. No, so I get that with some of our local clubs do require those facilities and because they want to be welcoming for everybody. And so I do see that how this will encourage more women to attend and watch sport, and that in turn encourages especially younger women then to take up the sport. So it's a catch-22, I suppose, when it comes to that in the Stadia programme. Kelly has her hand up. Can I ask Kelly to come in? I know Kelly's got a really sore throat as well, so hopefully she'll be able to last the distance here. Go ahead, Kelly.
Thank you very much, Chair. I have an absolutely appalling flu, so I bet you're glad that I'm behind a screen and not in front of you. But Stephen and Jared, thank you so much. I have to say that the women's football has given me such heart. As I was a former camogie player, so I didn't get the chance to play football, but the camaraderie and the positivity that comes from the team is infectious, and it's wonderful to see. My question's a bit of a strange one, so I'm going to put it back to yourselves to say, obviously we're coming to the end of a mandate now. We're just after International Women's Day, and thank you very much for coming today. But if you were to influence the next committee for something that we could do proactively to help our female footballers, or to help the sport to encourage, as you say, more to come along to games, more family friendly, more gender inclusive, what would be the asks that you would like to see us take forward in a legacy report, or to help grow the sport further in the future?
I don't mean to harp on, Kelly, about the obvious, but it is sub-regional. It genuinely is that honesty, and it is about giving young boys and girls the change in facilities that they require. As I've said previously, toilet facilities. Our clubs all play a part in the community, and I believe clubs should be playing a part, from creches in the morning to some OAPs and activities and bingo in the evening and such things. It's facilities. Our clubs, as constantly we visit, I think people don't see, we often see sub-regional about footballers and professionalism and the men's game. That's not what this is about. This is really about our clubs playing a role in their communities and being able to develop. And so many, I think our clubs are undervalued in the way they play, Kelly. So without it being obvious, I'm not saying we want stadiums for men to play in at 3 o'clock on a Saturday afternoon. We are crying out for facilities for our clubs to operate 24, 7 days a week, to play their role in anti-social behaviour and in community awareness programmes. So sub-regional is the biggest gift that this committee, or through the Minister, could give to the sport, and that's what we're really crying out for, Kelly.
Thank you very much. And I see when you talk about sub-regional, I know quite a lot of the facilities that are currently being used, if clubs don't have their own, would be council facilities. I know, for instance, in my area, Kirkcudbright, where there's quite a number of matches would be played, their facilities are shocking, to say the least. It's the old style 1970s concrete block, 3 rooms that maybe are quite damp and smell a bit, but they're not top of the range facilities by any stretch of the imagination. But the football that's played on the pitch isn't substandard. It's fantastic, and it is a community. People come along and they watch the matches and they get involved, in supporting their local teams. Excuse me. No, it's very interesting to say, because, as you say, it's more than just about the game. It's about the community, and it's about that bringing together of people within community. And if we've learned something over the last few years, it's how well community can do that. So it is something I hope that the next committee will be committing to, just to, now that hopefully we won't have COVID to deal with, that we can concentrate more on building back our sports. But no, thank you very much, and please pass on all our congratulations to our teams, all our female teams, because I have to say they bring an excitement to the game that me, as a non-football follower, gets excited with. It was a pleasure to meet them. I know the Minister had brought some of them to up to the Assembly, up to the Parliament buildings, and it was a delight to have that infectious enthusiasm coming through from people who are very dedicated to their sport. So thank you very much.
And Kelly, the one thing I will say, that is very much, as Chair said, the ladies' game. It is different to the men's game, because they just, there's not a competitiveness. They all come off the park, they're friends. And I think we have a challenge within the football family, and I read this within the press. We've got to see, as much as the international side has done so well, we have so many ladies now playing football, that we must look beyond that, and we must make sure this year's Euros is not a one-off, and that our clubs are developing players and young girls have the opportunity to go to the Euros for a number of years in the future. And let's not make this a once in a lifetime, and we'll all work together with the NIWFA and the Irish FA leading it, but NIFL will definitely play their part, and I assure you of that, Kelly.
Okay.
Okay, thanks for that, Kelly. Now, no other member has put up their hand to ask anything further, but I just want to ask something as well. You talked there about the football family, and which is large, which covers all aspects. And it was a question I have for a later witness session today, but I want to ask you as well around the issue of female coaches, female referees, all of that. I mean, if we're talking about a a football family, just if you can give me just, Stephen, I suppose it'd be yourself, some information around that. Do we have much of that within our Premiership clubs?
It's again probably emerging and developing, Paula. To be completely honest, it still has quite and probably too much involvement from men, but I think again that's just the reality, and the more we can do to promote and support leadership within females. I'm probably guilty of it myself, because in my spare time I'm also in the chair, or I'm also in the board of Netball NI, and again, as much as possible, I think we need to have females at the forefront in developing that. We have a number of fantastic coaches, female coaches within the Women's Premiership, but certainly from a committee level, I think there needs to be some more work done, and an understanding why we don't have just as many. It's improving, but there's work to be done. Whenever we took over the running of the top flight, that say 6 years ago, it was fantastic that we had a female representative on the NIFL board. Unfortunately, Maura Muldoon is no longer with us, but a lady who was held very high esteem, and was a fantastic addition to certainly the NIFL board, but also the Women's Premiership and how it was developing. But the more I think we're getting better at giving them a voice, and supporting them, but there's certainly more work to be done.
No, and then just another thing as well that has been brought up in this committee also, actually, one of our councillors in Antrim Newton Abbey, Alison Bellington, who played ladies football, had raised the issue around the televising of events and how women's football falls, way down the list when it comes to, the BBC or UTV or whatever. Will we see that get any better? Because I know that they are the poor relations when it comes to actually televising as well. And just what are you doing anything to try and get that promotion raised a little bit more?
I'll answer that. Yes, Chair, is the answer. We have a new television deal, so we did televise the Ladies Premiership for the first time last year. So that has begun where there was never, and we did televise games. So that will be in growth. That is something we will be talking to, and we're talking live games. They actually have a highlights program every week that the men don't have, so they are ahead of us, ahead of men in some benefits. But for live television games is definitely something we've got to grow, and there's an audience and build that audience for. But we did televise games last year, and we'll continue to do that in the future with our television partners. No, well, that's good news. That's positive. I suppose, I mean, we want to see that equality for the women's sport. And I know from speaking to both of you that you very much want to progress that as well. So that's really positive. Look, nobody else has indicated to want to ask anything further. Can I thank you very much for your time today? As I said, this is our penultimate meeting of this committee, and I'm really glad we were able to get you in today and shed a little bit of positivity on today's meeting as well. So thank you both so much for your time today.
Chair.
Thanks a lot, Chair. And just before I go, if I could thank the committee, Chair, over a number of subjects. They have been very helpful to NIFL throughout this season and throughout COVID, and we do appreciate your help. On behalf of the football family of NIFL, I thank you for your support as well, and to the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Jared. Thank you, Stephen. Bye-bye.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, members, I'm just looking here to see if we have our next witnesses in on Starleaf. I don't see them there at the moment. Can I just ask Janice if she can clarify? Because sometimes I don't see everything on this screen. I don't know, Janice, if you can hear me.
Hello, Paula. Can you hear me? We had Angela Platt a moment ago, but she seems to have dropped off again.
Okay. Well, maybe this is just then a good time for us to just take then a 5-minute comfort break to allow that then to happen, if that's okay. So members, we're going to take just a short, let me see, we'll come back then at 10:45, and hopefully then we'll have all three witnesses ready for our next witness session. So 10:45, members.
This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29.
Okay, members, that's us back up and running again. Okay, I'll just go through who we have in the meeting at the minute. We have Kelly Armstrong, the Vice Chair. We've got Ciara Ferguson, Paul Frew and Andy Allen. Andy, I know you've dropped in and out a few times, so you maybe having a wee bit of bother with your star leave today. It's just to remind members that are on at the moment that we have a number of SL1s at the end of the meeting, which will require a quorum in order for them to be passed, and they need to be passed this week. So if any members do need to leave before the end of the meeting, can they please let Sean or Janice know, and we'll try and get other members who have dropped off back in again as well. I know that Anya has a funeral, so we'll not have her back in again, but it's just to remind members of that before we get up and going again. So we're going to move on then to agenda item 7, which is the IFA briefing on women's Premiership and grassroots football. So can I welcome Patrick Nelson, Conrad Kirkwood and Angela Platt to the meeting? Bring them in. There we go. You're three are very welcome. And good to have you here with us today. So can I then just, I assume it's yourself, Patrick, that's going to start us off?
It'll actually be me.
Chair, it's going to be Conrad as president, okay. So I'll leave it to him, Chair.
No problem. All right, Conrad, go ahead.
Just to say thank you, Chair and Committee, for the invite and the opportunity to speak. It's been an important week with International Women's Day, celebrating the social, the economic, the cultural and the political achievements of women. It's probably good for me to say that, up front, women and girls football is very much a priority for UEFA, the European governing body. They set an overarching strategy, but also it's a priority for us. We launched our strategy a few weeks ago. It's a pillar on its own, which other parts of the game aren't, and it's the fastest growing part of the sport for us. It's the most important in that sense. It's also important, and I'm going to embarrass Angela a bit here, she's on the call, but it's important to us that we have appointed our first director of women's football and that she's part of our senior leadership team. And that's part of our commitment to it. But I think it's nearly 6 months now, Angela. It seems like longer already, but certainly in the 6 months, we've seen the commitment that she has to the women's game, and it's certainly matching ours. There's been a few different things this week I've been at, and to set the thing in context for me very much, I was talking to Julie Nelson, BM, the other day, who's been a Northern Ireland player for 18 years. So she's gone through a huge amount of change. She was sort of saying she remembers a crowd, in inverted commas, of less than 50 people watching her early games. And things have changed. Things have changed dramatically. When England come to play us on the 12th of April at Windsor Park, the National Football Stadium, there will be a crowd in excess of 12,500 coming to that game. We'd set ourselves what we thought was a stretch target of about 10,000, and we're exceeding that already with a month to go. So just thinking around, sort of closing my comments before I hand over to Angela, celebrating the social. The women and girls are role models. They're inspiring boys and girls going to the games. like never before, and we have a really unique group, the current squad that are sort of leading the forefront in this. Are great ambassadors. Everywhere I go around Northern Ireland, I'm bumping into the players out doing the good work and spreading the good word of all of what they're trying to do and we're trying to do. In terms of the economic, um, we have a social return investment project that we've done recently with support from UEFA, and it shows that football as a whole generates 470 million for the Northern Ireland economy of value, and much of that value will be volunteers. For my sins, I'm a volunteer, but we have a host of volunteers who are at grassroots level, right the way up to Irish League, NIFL level, who are giving of their time freely and will be improving life in Northern Ireland by doing so. I think there's a cultural element too. If we change from 50 supporters to 12,500 or more, clearly the mindset has changed. Women are a part of football more than they have ever been before, and everybody recognises that. And people are paying attention to what our women's team are doing. And I think it was interesting, Julie Nelson, if she's listening, I'll embarrass her, but she was saying she was recognised the other day when she was out doing her shopping. All of the players are being recognised, and that's a really good thing. So I hope that you're as enthusiastic as we are, and I am, about what we're doing and the journey we're on. And with the women's Euros in the summer and an opportunity to get more participation and to leave a legacy from that as well to build on, I think we're at a really good time. So that's my pitch, Chair, if you don't mind. And if unless anything else, if I could maybe hand over to Angela and she'll go through a lot more of the detail, if that's okay.
Yes, go ahead.
Thanks, Conrad, and Chair, thank you very much for obviously the invitation today. I know we did send you in advance a bit of a detailed paper just in relation to kind of some of the work that we're obviously doing in relation to our strategy and the work that's ongoing and some of the future ambitions from our perspective. I'll not go through that in detail, but I will pick out some highlights from our perspective just around our key priority areas. And we started with our domestic women's leagues, and football in terms of club football is really, really important for us. It is the lifeblood of the sport. And for us, it's really important to focus on that area of our development around expanding our Premier League and obviously the growth of our NAWFA leagues this year with 7 new teams joining that. So there's a real impetus there in terms of us seeing that growth. And obviously our work there is about supporting our NIFL partnership and our NAWFA partnership to enhance that with the addition of some licensing processes this year with a new staff member that we're due to appoint to focus on that, and obviously just try to expand more that youth aspect in terms of our league structures. We have plans for our new league within the west of the country this year in Fermanagh and Omagh, which is our commitment to making sure that we're across Northern Ireland and not just seen as being the regional areas that we're already in as well. You'll see some of the information there around our participation programs. And I know the President had mentioned there about the ambassadorial piece. Our senior players and our underage international players do go and visit those schools that we are working in to actually bridge that gap between them coming into the sport and obviously the inspirational aspect of them seeing their role models firsthand as well. So that's a key part of what we're doing. But really around the people development piece for us, Chair, is really us focusing on developing volunteers, developing leaders and developing coaches. And an important aspect for us is developing more female coaches. And you'll have seen from the paper we have run a number of female-only coach education courses really around the country. One of those we've done in Fermanagh and Omagh as well, to really build that workforce that we have and those people on the ground that can really help develop that. And that's an important aspect for us to make sure that we support women and girls to actually be on that pathway for coach education and leadership, and actually then support them with that active involvement within the club and the community structures. So that's a real key priority for us to try and support that. The one area we do need to obviously emphasise more is around the development of female referees. We do have a number of female referees in our system, but it's just trying to enhance that and make that more accessible for our referees programmes. And we're working alongside our referees department to make sure we make that more attractive and more support for those female referees as they work through the process as well. The one thing that I would say across where we're at the minute is the work that our foundation does as well in relation to that community engagement. And I know we put some information there in some of those programs. The refugee program for us is really one of those elements that is something that's more outreach, trying to support those female refugees who come into Northern Ireland and actually engage them in sport and physical activity and really enable them to come into communities and actually make them feel more welcome as well. So that's another element that is not just about performance sport or the club game. It's actually about engaging different communities in terms of our wider development. And then we go on to obviously our talent and our international pathway as well. It's just trying to make sure we provide that additional support for those that have some talent to progress through that as well. Our under-17s are currently playing right now in Israel in their UEFA Championships. So those are opportunities that we believe are about developing the young person as well as the player, and that's the work that we're focused on. And you'll be aware as well, Chair, the work we're now doing with our senior programme and the full-time programme, which is about us trying to help our female athletes develop in the best way that they can to perform as well as they can when they go to the European Championships in July this year in Southampton, to represent not only the Irish FA, but also to represent Northern Ireland in the best way that they can and be those role models and inspire the next generation to get behind our team and really that community emphasis. So it's really a snapshot of some of the work that we do across a pathway. It probably doesn't give the true flavour of the depth of the information, but I think the one thing for me coming into the role and being relatively new, albeit that I know Conrad has said it does feel like I've been here a long time, is we do have dedicated staff who are focused on working on solely the women's game, but also across the association we have staff who have a role and a responsibility to develop girls and women's football in addition to boys and men's football. And I think that's really important for us to embed that into the association and make sure that we have that culture that everyone is working towards, obviously developing opportunities for women and girls to get involved, whether that's voluntarily in terms of roles and responsibilities within clubs, or it's on our pathway in terms of our development opportunities. So hopefully that gives you a bit of a flavour without me having gone through the finer details of the paper. But obviously happy to pass over to Patrick if he has anything to add on that as CEO.
Thanks, Angela. And Chair, I'm going to find this very, very hard to follow, to be honest, because Conrad is the starter, and then Angela has explained in some really good detail what we're doing in the space of girls and women's football at the moment. And it really outlines a significant commitment we've got as an association through a range of projects, range of people, and a wide range of actions. And when we sit back and analyse everything that we do in this space, it's actually quite considerable. And yet we know that as time elapses, and with the opportunities that have been given to us for a long-tailed legacy, due to the success of the senior women's national team through the Euros, we can always go higher and we can do more, and we're determined to do that. And again, I'll embarrass Angela in the same way that Conrad did, and say that recruiting Angela last October was a real watershed moment for us, and with her being part of our senior leadership team at the association, she will and does and will ensure that girls and women's football is part of every single discussion that we have around the business. And Chair, I'll just finish and I'll hand back to you. And I know that members will have some questions for us. Just say thanks to the Department of Communities and thanks to members like yourself, Chair, who helped by lobbying for the significant contribution that the Minister announced this week towards our girls and women's football programme. This will really help us to assist. It will really assist in developing our legacy programs going forward. And the one thing I would say, I know Angela touched on in the paper the leadership program that we've been running for 10 years. We have in the past and we will in the future offer spaces on that program to other sports as well. We work regularly with GAA and also rugby, and we've offered spaces to them in the past. And we'd love to have female leaders from rugby and GAA on the programme in future. And also we work with the other sports through the Northern Ireland Sports Forum, and we've offered places there. So whereas it is a female football leaders programme, we see the benefit in widening it out and having potential female leaders from other sports on as well. So if we can get that message out via the committee today, that would be good as well. So, Chair, let me hand back to you. I'm sure members are going to have some questions and points for us.
No, thank you for that. Thanks, Patrick and Conrad and Angela. I know as a female MLA, the more females that we have in our chamber, the better our legislation is, and how it's more cross-cutting and how it applies to more people that we serve. So I absolutely get Angela being part of your team will make a massive difference. because it makes a difference when for us being part of the team up here. So I get that 100%. I really am delighted to have you here today, especially with International Women's Week, as probably more known as now. I think it really is, and it's a good news story. Patrick, you'll know I attended my first women's senior game before Christmas, and I was blown away. So it was not just by the level of play, but the atmosphere at Windsor was second to none. I've been to other games with my partner over on the mainland, and there was no comparison to just that evening and the spectators, especially an awful lot of young people. And I know that many of those young people can't get to the men's game because they're priced out and because of membership and everything else. So it was the most wonderful occasion. I left feeling absolutely full of joy and just thinking, this is a great wee country we live in, just to see that level of support. So really well done. And we're now planning our next one for April. So we are. So that's in the pipeline as well. So I'm delighted. I mean, I think what the women's game have achieved through this Euros is phenomenal. We see so many men as well. I are now looking at the women's team and going, yeah, we can get behind them. We are behind them 100%. So that's fantastic as well. It has taken it right across the board. So really well done on everything that you're doing. If I could just then touch on some of those initiatives that Angela that you were talking about. And I had mentioned them in the coaching part in a previous briefing with Niffle. But have you any numbers or any targets that you're hoping to achieve? Through the referees, and how many female referees do we have at the moment? Are you able to tell us, or what's your targets there? And it's the same then with the female coaches. And I know. I wouldn't want to say I believe in equality, and I'm a feminist, so therefore I believe in equality for men and women. I don't see that a women's team should only be managed by a woman, I think there as a feminist, equality is across the board. So just if you want to just fill me in a wee bit more in some of the detail around that, Angela, that'd be great.
Yeah, no problem, Chair. It's fair to say that the numbers that we have within the aspect of our referees is small and modest in comparison to where the men's are. We do have about 11 registered female referees on our system because we register each year. So when they come back on again, we're actually trying to encourage those who were there last year to come back on. So we're in the process for doing that at the minute. We do have some referees who are obviously in the UEFA list, as we mentioned within our programmes, but it's actually trying to embed that within the youth structure so that refereeing is more attractive for young people in those environments before we move them through our system. So that is definitely an area of focus that we really do need to actually prioritise, and we do have UEFA support in relation to the programmes that we're putting in place this year with our targets to actually grow that significantly, to make sure that they have the opportunities to obviously referee within not only our women's structures, but there is an ambition that female referees can obviously referee within our men's structures as well, and we're doing that. You can see there's a few that are coming through the men's structures and actually being able to referee in those or be line people in those games as well. So, but it is a challenging environment for referees as a whole, Chair. We know that. There's a lot of kind of negativity around the referees' decisions and so on that we're trying to manage too. So it's about trying to enable them to be attractive into that environment, but also support them through what will be the highs and lows of the person in the middle who ultimately makes the decisions that not everyone's going to agree with. So,
I was going to say, I know the feeling there when you were talking about players being spotted and knowing when they're walking around Tesco's. Yeah, I'm sure they get a better reception than some of us do when we're walking around Tesco's. So I get the referees, I get that. Yeah.
So that's definitely, in terms of the targets, we obviously want to try and double, if not more, that number, but it's a slow process in terms of making sure we do go through the right processes in relation to the qualifications and the stages that we're working on as well. So that is definitely a gap in our system right now in relation to the female aspect. You touched on the coaching. We did have a lot of success last year around the female-only courses. So we now have 6 females qualified at A level, so A certificate. We have another 6 in the B certificate, and then we've just done the very first C certificate, female-only C certificate. where we had 20 individuals as females working through that foundation level. And then below that, we have the entry point, which is National Coaching Certificate. We had 100 females going through that National Coaching Certificate last year, and we have ambitions to increase that number this year. But I would say, a word of caution, my approach on this, Chair, is that this isn't just numbers through courses. This is about really mentoring and supporting female coaches to be active in their environments when they go back into their communities. So that's why we're not so focused on doubling numbers or tripling numbers. It's actually about making sure that this is real added value for those individuals going through their learning process, first of all, but that they have that additional support when they go out into the environments, which can be challenging when you go into a coaching environment where you're maybe not so sure about your own knowledge and experience. So we've attached mentors to a number of those coaches through the C certificate to do their community learning and actually then help them through that process so that they're more comfortable when they go out into the big bad world, so to speak, in terms of the club environment. So we have 100 females on that coaching program from last year. We do hope to increase that this year to about 150. But again, the hands-on support that we need to make sure that they are comfortable in that environment as well, so that they can actually add value when they go into their clubs too. So those are the focuses that we have around that. And it's about sustainable development as opposed to just let's run all these courses and actually just tick a box and have females saying that they are coaches when they're not. And are not actively using that qualification. So it's the wider education, and certainly our coach education department this year are changing things a little bit, where it's not just about the certificate and a one-off in the year, but there's actually different touch points throughout the year, small workshops, learning opportunities. We've had a blended process online as well as face-to-face, which COVID has enabled us to actually reach more people. So those are the plans for this year ahead, which is about trying to make sure we get better quality females coming through that process.
Now, it reminds me very much even of women in politics and trying to get women involved in politics and the negative side of that and the value and the worth. Though probably you're doing much better than what we are in women in politics, and we've been doing it for many, many, many years at getting those females enrolled in those positions that really are very stressful positions as well. You know, they're not easy. So
yeah, and we've actually found that we've changed the context of how we've delivered those courses. We would have previously just delivered them in kind of a week schedule in the summer on a one-off. We've actually done that on weekends throughout the year, which means it's more accessible for females who may have families or who may have commitments that obviously from a planning perspective can get their job release and so on in advance. So those are things we're definitely helping to try and revitalize that opportunity for them to access the learning, first of all, before they go into the community and actually learn in practice.
No, sorry, go ahead.
I think, Sheriff, maybe I might also say in terms of women in refereeing, although that's a small number, it's not as novel or novel and contentious as civil service phrase, but you know what I mean? It's not as novel to see a woman refereeing your game. And equally, they are operating at a fairly high level within our game. And my observation recently, we had a female referee for one of my own games, and they were judging the referee and the quality of whether they're a good game or a bad game, rather than making an observation based on their gender, which I think is a tremendous leap forward for me. And I was really pleased to see that. And I think we're kind of getting that, and that message is out.
No, that's good. That's positive. I know I've seen them in other sports. My father's a great watcher of snooker, so he is, and I know often you see female referees within that as well. So it should. It really, we should get to the stage where actually it doesn't actually matter and nobody takes it under their notice at all. It's just a referee. It doesn't matter, their gender. And we will get, hopefully we will get to that stage. I just then want to ask you around the training camp that's been set up ahead of the Euro 2022, just how that's going. And then we had NIFL in earlier, and they were saying about the women's Premiership, about that going full time next year. I think it is 2023. Just any comments around any of that, if you want to advise us of anything or any comments around it.
Do you want me to start with the full-time program? I'm happy to give some feedback, and then maybe others could talk about the full-time of the league. So far, we're just about 2.5 months into the full-time program, It's like anything. There were a few teething challenges as they transitioned from what would have been normal day-to-day job into training every day, and kind of a few body reactions in terms of some niggly injuries. That has really bedded in well. So the players would train 5 days a week. Their rest days are Tuesdays and Saturdays. And that's a combination of on-pitch sessions, strength and conditioning, rest and recovery, physiotherapy, and then analysis and support around their nutrition and so on as well. So the main camp that they went to in Spain in February there was kind of the first selection process that we had around that. And that was a really successful camp where it really tested where we're at physically, as well as kind of game preparation, with some great results against some other opposition there as well. So far, Chair, progressing very, very well. Certainly speaking to the staff in terms of Kenny and the staff and the players, they are now really enjoying the fact they don't have to juggle education, work, other commitments, and that they are able to really focus on resting up properly and actually really that focus on being an elite athlete. So that's the positive feedback that we are certainly getting from the players. And Conrad and I had seen some of the players in terms of the wider squad on Monday and Tuesday, and just getting a chance to get a sense of where they feel that's at and the positivity that they're talking about, and even the physicality now of them in relation to their athleticism. You can really start to see the big difference that is having, that they're able to focus properly on their training environment as well. We have a few things still to kind of provide additional support with in terms of the sports psychology and the lifestyle management that we're putting in place at the moment with them. And that's really the next stage for us, is to try and make sure we lead into the Austria camp here in April and the England game, and then obviously the wider selection for Euros in June. But albeit Newford has been a great venue for us, great central venue, and the players are thoroughly enjoying that opportunity, as is Kenny as head coach, because he has more control and focus over them in terms of how he can manage their day-to-day kind of training regimes. But so far we're pleased with how that's going. Pleased that we did that in relation to enabling them to focus on where we're at, and the early signs in terms of the competitive games that they've had are proving very, very successful for us in terms of that as well. So it's just managing those loads and making sure we keep everyone fit and healthy in this next period of time, to make sure that we can have as wide a squad to select from as possible come the Euros. But there's definitely competition for places now, much more so than there would have been before, and that's a healthy position for us to be in terms of that programme. So yes, delighted how that's going, but just to keep managing that as we move forward in the next number of months.
Brilliant, thank you.
Maybe, Chair, I'll just add a little bit about the comment you made about the NIFL Women's Premiership going full time. I think actually full time is not the right phrase. I think where they're hoping to get to is professional, where the clubs can actually pay the players, because historically the women's game domestically in Northern Ireland has been an entirely amateur game, and remains so at this point. And I think as NIFL want to develop the Premiership, and they're one of the actors on the scene. So we have complete responsibility for all football in Northern Ireland as the governing body. And we work with stakeholders such as the Northern Ireland Football League and the Northern Ireland Women's Football Association to actually run competitions. So we work with both of those, and they're all part of the jigsaw. The clubs within the NIFL Premiership decided this year that they didn't want to go professional this year, but they were hoping to do it next year, and we'd be very supportive of that as well. We want to make sure that the Women's Premier League gets to be as good as it can be, because the winner of that, of course, and the winner appears in the UEFA Champions League representing Northern Ireland. So we want them to be the best that they can be. And I think NIFL are probably the best judges on when to allow professionalism into their league. And I think what they've decided is that they'll give it a try next year.
Okay, look, thank you. I think I had said it, and I should have said it before this briefing, that I don't claim to know everything. Or actually, I do claim to know very little when it comes to football and the structures all around it. So forgive me if I have asked anything that's maybe a little bit out of context or naive in that sense. But I'm learning, and I'm enjoying learning. I'm going to just remind members, if they want to ask any questions, they need to raise their hand. And can we bring in Kelly, please?
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much to all who've presented today. I just want to go back to the paper that you provided us with. I'm very interested in some of the schemes that you have. The Shooting Stars, I noticed that it's across most of the council areas, but I think it's Antrim is the only one that's not listed as a centre. I appreciate that that's sponsored by Electric Ireland, and it's the same with the Disney Playmakers, that's across, you have 30 trained Disney coaches, which sounds fantastic, and they deliver across 30 schools in Northern Ireland. I'm just thinking about those two programs themselves and building girls football. Are you concerned about funding for those going forward? Do you see those as programs that will last for a while? Because one of the things that we know is that getting girls involved in a sport at a young age means that they're more likely to stay with it than if you try to introduce much later. Although some people do stay with sports if they introduce them much later. I know one very good marathon runner. But I'm just wondering how the funding is for those, or is that something that you would be concerned about?
Chair, I'm happy to take that. Thanks, Kelly, for the question. No, we're certainly not concerned that there's any imminent threat to those programs, and actually the opposite. We have staff dedicated to actually deliver on those. We've got 3 grassroots participation officers throughout the country. We have in our strategy to add a 4th to that as our ambition to kind of grow the staff team. But as part of our plans, we would actually be more focused on growing the opportunity for Shooting Star centres across Northern Ireland. And you're right, there's a couple of areas there that we do need to actually expand into. And the Disney Playmakers programme, whilst it's supported by UEFA at the moment, it's obviously delivered by our Let Them Play officers who are funded by the Irish FA in terms of our programmings as well. So there's not an imminent threat to them. There's definitely from the life cycle of our current female strategy, which is up to 2024, they are clearly in the plans for that. And it's my job, and Patrick will say this as well, to ensure that the continued investment in those programmes continues beyond its current life cycle. So no, we feel they're very much the fabric of the entry point to the game in terms of that focus of getting young primary school participants in girls for the Shooting Stars, and obviously Disney Playmakers is initially for girls, but we also deliver that for boys in those primary school settings as well. And we are obviously proud to have some really good partners in Electric Ireland as well, who hopefully will continue to support us in our efforts to do that. So very much see them as fabric of our player pathway and our kind of entry point into the game. And from my perspective as a strategy, they're focused there to make sure that we continue the delivery of those. And you're right, we do need to add additional areas, and hopefully we do that in the next few years too.
Take over the world, and I'm delighted to hear it. It'd be very remiss of me if I didn't, before I go, I don't have any other questions because you've covered so much today, it's amazing. But it would be very remiss of me if I didn't mention 2 young footballers from my own area. And one's a cousin of mine, Mia Fitzsimmons and Jane McMaster, down from the Ards Peninsula directions, both wonderful young footballers.
Vivian's daughter, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Wonderful young footballers that they're just amazing. And if, as with all young girls, if they can see her, they can be her. And I have to say, both are shining lights. And just every time you see them, they're so fit, healthy, smiling, and they're an absolute dream to have locally. It's amazing. But no, the best of luck for the squad. Delighted to hear that there's competition for places, because that can only improve everyone. But I'm a fangirl of the team, having listened to them speak. I never mind play. They're just amazing. No, thank you so much, and please pass on our absolute respect to Kenny. I hope that he can get out of those ladies all he can, because they are absolutely amazing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kelly.
Thank you, Kelly. Can I bring in Ciara, please?
I don't want to repeat what the ladies are saying, but just best of luck to the team. Really comprehensive report, Angela, that you sent through. I'm very keen. I'm a mother who had a son who was football mad, who I had to travel 2 days a week to Cookstown with the IFA Academy, played in the World Cup for 3 or 4 years. So I really know the benefits that it does to a young person, and they have the ability to go through the levels from grassroots as as a young child kicking a football on the street at the age of 2 or 3 in the garden, and to be able to progress through. Grassroots obviously is key in trying to drive forward and encourage as many young girls in the football team. So I suppose that's a key element that I would be passionate about, and how to support in our local communities, how young girls can get more involved. I'm conscious, she says, we have 3,500 registered female players and a totality of 70,000. So we have a long way to go. We have a lot of investment that needs to go into our grassroots to develop it. But best of luck. I think women are coming to the fore now in the sport, and I think all that you are doing is definitely seeing how it can transform. When I think back in my day in the 70s, women did not get involved in football. It was athletics and netball. That was the two key things I know when as a child that I got involved in as a sport. I do love sport. I love to follow sport. So just wish you all the best. So thank you.
Thanks, Ciara. Thank you.
Thank you, Ciara. No other member has indicated they want to ask anything further. Look, can I thank you so much for coming in today? And again, another really positive witness session. Sorry, Ciara, you have your hand up again. I don't know if you want to come back in, or if you don't.
Oh, that's fine. No, thanks.
Okay, thanks, Ciara. I suppose on behalf of the committee, we really, really want to wish our ladies well in Euro 2022. Just fantastic. A real feel good. It does our country well. Whenever we're successful in these things, and it's just fantastic, and I can't wait to be back watching them again in April. I really look forward to that. I think we're trying to get a box together for a few friends, so we're looking to do that. And also I want to thank just to say the fan zone as well. I follow the fan zone on Facebook, and it is brilliant. Some really good positive stuff with that as well. So there's there's real buzz around it all. So well done. Keep up the good work. And certainly whatever shape or form this committee is going through to the new mandate, I know that they'll be there to certainly to support you as well. So thank you so much for today.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and thank you to the members for for giving us a hearing today. Chair, I particularly liked your comment there that said, and I know you've mentioned this club to me before across the water, that the atmosphere at our stadium here is better than that at Anfield. We'll certainly take that every day. We're happy with that. And for any members who haven't got tickets yet for the England game on the 12th of April, please move quickly. Because as Conrad said, we're up to 12,000 sales now, and they really are going like hotcakes. So we're in a great position at the moment. We can do a lot more, and we intend to do a lot more. And Angela will lead us through that. So again, Chair, thank you very much for the chance to speak to you today, and we look forward to meeting the committee again soon.
Lovely. Thank you so much to all of you. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you.
Bye. All right, folks, we're going to move on then to agenda item 8. I'm just checking my screen here to check we have everybody in. We do indeed, which is a Women in Sport briefing. Members, you'll find the pack or find the information on this at page 99 of your pack. These are a research paper we commissioned from RAISE at the start of 2021 on female participation in sport and physical activity in Northern Ireland. I think that was Sinead Innes that asked for that when she was on the committee at the time. So you'll find that, and also briefing papers for today from Sported, Women in Sport and Physical Activity, Disability Sport NI, and Northern Ireland Sports Forum. Also, a briefing paper from Sport NI is in your tabled papers. So we've planned to take introductory briefings of 5 minutes each for our 4 groups. I've just say to the groups, don't feel you have to take up your full 5 minutes, because I'm looking at our times. No, we're not too bad. We're still okay. But we really do welcome you, and we're really glad to have you with us today. So we have Ricky Mahaffey from Sported, Niamh O'Neill from Women in Sport and Physical Activity, Elaine Reid from Disability Sport NI, and Richard Honeyford from Northern Ireland Sports Forum and Female Sports Forum. So that's the order that I mean, you can go in whatever order you like, but if you want to stick to that order, that would make it a bit easier. So if Ricky, if you want to, where are you? There you are. Do you want to kick off?
That'll be great. Thank you very much. And thank you, Chair, for the invitation for us to come around. So yes, introductions first. I'm Ricky Mahaffey, National Manager for Sported here in Northern Ireland. I'm on a maternity cover, so you may know Judith Rankin, who was our previous National Manager at Sported. Sported's vision is to have, is to have every young person have the same opportunity to fulfil their potential. So to do that, one of our key objectives is to tackle all inequalities that are found in sport, and then tackle the inequalities that are found in communities through sport. Now, just for a case of reference, we are not the direct provider. We are not the provider of sport and physical activity to young people, but we are there to work with those community groups, those sports clubs, those grassroots local heroes, to try and reach out to as many as we can, to include as many as we can, and then to empower those grassroots clubs with as many skills and abilities and resources that is possible to make that impact seen in their communities. That has been our heart over the last 10 years of our time here in sport in Northern Ireland through Sported. Our heart is to see those young people reach their potential, and one of those key, obviously, inequalities today we're looking at with International Women's Day is this female participation in sport. So yes, as we champion the cause, and after hearing the IFA there, champion the cause of the great work that is going on through sport, especially like the IFA and football. And yes, we champion the pay, the sponsorship, and the visibility equality for girls. We're also looking at the accessibility to sport and physical activity for girls, especially as we work with young girls. A couple of things I want to go through just, I suppose, in this couple of minutes is to look at our history. So what we have done with Engage Her projects throughout Northern Ireland, working with those governing bodies and those community groups to help them engage with girls, but also a recent research paper that we've did with Girls Unite, addressing 400 girls across the UK, 13 to 16-year-old, and to see what barriers and what motivates them for their accessibility to sport. The key motivator was fun and engaging with their friends, and also physical and health. But the key barrier for what we found was their periods. They felt that they were uninformed. The groups were ill-equipped to help them deal with those times whenever they cannot feel like they are ready to commit to a sport or physical activity. We also found that increase in areas of more ethnically diverse communities, but also we find the availability to sport and the accessibility of sport in areas of lower socio-economic need was greater. So those of higher multiple deprivation areas that were less likely to access sport outside of school. So yeah, our key heart of Sported is to try and break down those barriers, to try and break that bias of what can be achieved through gender equality in sport. Currently, we're offering many different resources, one being a project with Barclays, we are working with the IFA to reach out to 5,500 football groups across the UK, to give them small grants and large grants as they try and work with and increase the participation of girls across football, while also working with Procter & Gamble on small groups and small grants across the UK to help girls be more accessible to sport. Those are the kind of key principles of what we are doing, those key insights of what we've found in that research paper on the Girls Unite paper that you'll see in the briefing paper. One also thing we found is that girls in the 13 to 16-year-old age bracket that we researched were less likely, 40% of them were less likely to be involved in sport and physical activity post-pandemic compared to pre-pandemic. So we've seen a decrease of their activity since the pandemic began. So for us, again, is trying to break down those barriers to participation. We saw that their motivation, while good, decreases over age. So therefore, there's a key area of younger girls' participation, which is our heart. The earlier we can get girls involved in sport and physical activity to keep their motivation, and to keep their participation, we can then see their visibility grow. We can then see the heroes developed. We can then see the role models come through. And our aim is to try and equip those local heroes who are doing that fantastic work in their communities, to see their communities change and their young people change, and to work alongside them as much as we can. That's me. I think I can't hear, Chair, sorry.
Yeah, sorry about that. You think
Okay.
I wouldn't you? Determined back again. Oh, Ricky, thank you for that.
No problem at all.
I have Neve next to my list, but if you have a different running order, I'm fine with that too. If not, Neve, can I ask you to come in?
Yes. Can you hear me okay? I'm not sure if my screen is working. I'm not sure.
No,
Can you
your screen's not on, but we can certainly hear you all right.
forgive me? I'm not really sure why, but I'm not used to the Starleaf software, so I can't really seem to get it
All right,
working.
we've been using it for nearly 2 years, and some of
really?
us still can't work it out. So
Well,
you're
maybe
quite all right.
you can't see my face anyway, so you can listen to me. But thanks very much. First of all, my name is Neve O'Neill from Whisper. I'm the project coordinator here. Thanks for having us on. It's great to have a few minutes just to highlight the project and what we do, and sort of have a platform just to showcase the project. So, as I say, I'm the coordinator here at Whisper. We are a women's health and wellbeing project. We work solely in Belfast, north, south, east, and west. We work with women aged 18 plus. We provide physical activity programs, so anything from Zumba, yoga, Pilates, your chair exercise. We do sports lessons, we do challenges and days out. We have walking groups, mummy and me clubs. You name it, we've tried it. Doesn't always work, but we give it a go. We're currently core funded by Public Health Agency. They cover our office and our staff costs, and the National Lottery currently support us at the minute with our FAB project, which is our fitness, attitude and belief project. So the aim of Whisper really is to tackle health inequalities and tackle poverty. We're really working with disadvantaged groups across the communities in Belfast, and women, older women, senior women, ethnic minorities, those with disabilities, to really get them back into exercise and start their beginner sort of journey on their fitness journey. So really introducing them back into their sport, whether, they fell away from it, they've had kids, maybe they've took time away, their mental health declined, they maybe can't get back into their sport, just anything, or maybe they've never took part in any physical activity or sport before. We're really that first point of contact. We provide a comfortable and sort of secure environment for them to get back into that sort of routine. As I say, all our classes are fully funded. We do charge £1 for our classes. It's not about the fee. We just feel like that adds a wee bit of value to the classes, and the women then feel like they're paying for something and they're getting something from the class. We work with a wide range of partners across the city. A load of community partners, north, south, east and west. We are very proud to say we're a fully female-fueled team. We have myself and Audrey Barr, who's the project manager. We work in the office here at Whisper, and we have a board full of female members. There's 4 or 5 of those. They all come from community and sport backgrounds. We then have a bank of casual coaches who actually deliver our sessions. So there's about 15 to 20 coaches, all female, fully qualified coaches, who really motivate and inspire the women on a daily basis, and they're so good at that relationship building and really working closely with the women. And then, yes, the women that participate. So, on the back of International Women's Day, we're really proud to say that we're a fully female team. And, what we do, we're a small team, but we do make a big impact just with helping women with their physical activity levels and in turn their mental state. We feel that there's a lot more to our class than just the exercise itself. We use that as a hook to get the ladies in and get them working. But, once they're here, they're socialising, they're taking part, they're part of their communities, they're creating a routine for themselves on a weekly basis, and they're getting out socialising with other like-minded women. Like everyone, the last 2 years with COVID has been a bit of a challenge, but we've took it in our stride. We have went online, we've started delivering Zoom classes, which have been another aspect of the project, which we never anticipated, but it's really added to the FAB project. We just want to make sure we're breaking down those barriers and offering women the opportunity to take part in exercise at an affordable and accessible level. We're not about winning medals. I was lucky enough to hear a wee bit of the IFA briefing there, but we're not about winning medals. It's amazing, and we're all about raising the profile of women in sport, but we're a small slice of the cake as such. We're a community on the ground level with, you know, real women who only have an hour a day to get out to their quick Zumba class, or they, you know, can only get a walk in maybe once or twice a week or whatever it may be. So we're not about creating athletes. We're purely about having fun, getting your exercise in, and, you know, keeping yourself right, and taking that bit of time for yourself. So over the last 2 years, we've worked with over 2,200 women throughout COVID, which, you know, we were so happy about, because I know a lot of projects sort of just stopped in their tracks. They couldn't do an awful lot. We've delivered 148 programs, combination of face-to-face and online programs over the last 2 years. We've recently developed a new mobile app as well, which is great for just sort of communicating with the women, and really promoting the health benefits of physical activity as well, and just keeping that link with the women, and giving them a bit of a link to us directly as well. So as I say, the project's been great. It's been running from 1997 right up to now. It originally started on the Shankill as a health and wellbeing survey for the women on the Shankill just solely, and it's developed from there over the last 20 plus years. And credit to Audrey, who's not here today, but it was all her hard work. As I say, I'm here the last 5 years, so I'm lucky to be a part of it, and we're really proud of what we've achieved, and hopefully onwards and upwards for us. But any other questions, can let me know then when you are there. Okay, thank you.
That's brilliant, Niamh. Like, thank you for that. And yes, I'm sure we will have a few questions at the end. Can I then move along to Elaine?
Yes.
Elaine, do you want to go ahead and brief us?
Yep, no problem. Thanks very much for the invite today. Delighted to be here and share with everybody. So I'm Elaine Reid, and I'm the Performance Manager for Disability Sport NI. So Disability Sport NI is Northern Ireland's main disability sports charity, working to improve the health and well-being of disabled people through sport and active recreation. We're recognised as a pan-disability organisation, which means that we work across all impairment groups, so physical, sensory and learning disability. And we offer programmes to all ages, so from 3-4-year-olds right up to 7 and 8-year-olds. So we've a massive scope, and we deliver across the whole of Northern Ireland. We plan and we deliver all of our programmes in relation to the social model of disability, and that really means that we are looking to remove some of the societal barriers around participation, rather than concentrating on the person's impairment or their medical condition. And all of our programmes are delivered under that basis. We have currently 130 members, and we represent the vast majority of our disability sports groups and clubs in Northern Ireland. And our 4 key areas of work include community sport, which looks to improve health and well-being; performance sport, which concentrates on developing sporting talent; and then we also work under inclusive sport facilities and outdoor places, and communications training and engagement. So in regards to some of our women and girls, we have gone back to our 2019-2020 figures, because that's really the last year where we have an accurate account of who we have engaged with. We're not looking at clicks or views. We're actually dealing with people that we've seen face-to-face pre-pandemic. So during that year, we engaged with 15,679 people, and 52% of those participants were female. So we present a slight over-representation of women and girls across our programmes, but particularly in relation to our community sport programmes. Because at that community level, the focus is on increasing levels of physical activity in a social, fun-based, non-competitive environment. And from our experience, we know that these are the types of activities that are attractive to women and girls, particularly if they're engaging in physical activity or sport for the first time, or if they're returning to an activity after a period of being sedentary. So we know that a lot of our community programmes are very attractive to women and girls. However, there is a significant underrepresentation of females in our performance sports programmes, and we think that's probably reflective across the majority of sports here in Northern Ireland. We have a primary focus on the delivery of the sports of bocce and wheelchair basketball, for the same reasons of lots of other sports, but we think in particular the disability sports, there's a couple of other complex reasons. In the likes of bocce, for instance, the targeted impairments that are actually eligible to compete in those sports at an international level, conditions such as cerebral palsy and muscular dystrophy feature very heavily in the classification process for that sport. And we know that both of those conditions are more prevalent in the male population. So that impacts then overall at an international level. Individual women's medals events in bocce, for instance, were only introduced in January 2022, and obviously we haven't really had an opportunity to develop that area because of COVID over the last couple of years. We know that in order to grow disability programmes, people like to have trust in the programme. Word of mouth has such a massive impact. And we know that just developing an online presence doesn't create that relationship that we need in order to encourage people to come down and take part for the first time. So that'll be a massive area of development for DSNI and the performance programmes over the coming years. And the lack of high-profile role models across both bocce and wheelchair basketball. So we have some phenomenal athletes taking part in those sports, but female athletes want to see other female athletes with the same disabilities that are recognisable within themselves. So although we have great role models out there, there's very, very small numbers, and we really need to increase that and showcase our athletes that are coming up through the pathways. Even if they haven't quite made it yet, I think we have an opportunity and a responsibility to showcase and show the range and breadth of disabilities that are involved in our programmes in order to encourage participation. In regards to overall Paralympic Games then, worldwide, the number of female athletes involved in the Paralympic Games is increasing. But for Northern Ireland athletes, those numbers have decreased over the last 3 cycles. And again, that's probably a reflection of performance programmes further down the sports for each of those athletes within the respective sports. But I think it's also an indication that female Paralympic sport is becoming more competitive. There are no more soft medals within Paralympic sports. You have to be the best of the best. And the female medals are catching up with the male medals in regards to that skill level and level of expertise. So it's becoming increasingly more difficult for female athletes to gain that Paralympic selection. And that will continue to be the case as we move forward with each cycle. And even from the 2012 Games in London, we have seen a massive, it was really the game changer for Paralympic sport, in my eyes anyway. I've been involved in DSNI since 2001, and that really was such a turning point in regards to Paralympic sport. And the female side of the Paralympics Games has just continually improved since the 2012 Games. In regards then to our training and education programme, during that same period, we trained 1,697 people, and we've a very close to a 50-50 gender split, 50.2% men and 49.8% female. And in regards to DSNI's workforce, we are an exact 50-50 split, 11 male, 11 female staff, and our volunteer base is almost exactly the same. So, I think it shows that women or men are equally attracted to working and supporting disability people in the sports and active recreation environment. Overall, we're quite pleased with the female numbers involved in our programme. But like other sports, we still have lots of improvement to make in regards to the performance pathways.
Thank you, Elaine. That's brilliant. Thanks for that. I'm going to then move on now to Richard, if you just wrap up this evidence session.
Hello, Chair, and to the committee. Thank you for having us along. Just by way of introduction, I'm to be the incoming executive manager for the Northern Ireland Sports Forum, taking on from Kieran Kearney, who'd been there for a long period of time. The Northern Ireland Sports Forum is the voice of voluntary sport in Northern Ireland. Its female sports forum exists to increase opportunities for females to participate in sport and physical activity. Our aim is to raise the profile of female sport, create a better sporting experience for all women and girls at whatever level or ability across Northern Ireland. So a bit of looking to the past. The Female Sports Forum was formed in 2011, and it was a partnership between 5 governing bodies of sport and under the leadership of Angela Platt, who I know was on earlier as well. This paved the way, and in 2016, the Active, Fit and Sporty strategy was launched with a bold vision for every woman and girl across Northern Ireland to feel that participating in sport and being active is a vital part of their everyday life. And the strategy had a focus on 4 key areas, and they were media, leadership, role models and research. The work of the Female Sports Forum and its partners built momentum, and in 2017 the Department of Communities was keen to support a summer of women's sport, but we asked, why just a summer? This conversation changed the landscape and the thinking and enabled us to showcase the best of Northern Ireland in 2017. And just to read out some of those key aspects, and that was Northern Ireland netball qualifying for the Commonwealth Games and winning silver at the Europeans, and that was live streamed to 360,000 viewers. The IFA hosting a successful UEFA Women's Under-19 Europeans, organised by Sarah Booth and a great team there. And Sarah moved on to become the head of women's football at FIFA. The IRFU and Ulster Rugby hosted the final stages of the Women's Rugby World Cup in 2017, with the final being a brilliant advertisement for the game and broadcast live on TV. 2018 brought the success of the Ireland women's hockey team. I think most will have seen that, gripping the nation and inspiring so many with the attitude and the silver medal at the Hockey World Cup, despite their lower ranking. In 2019, they changed the perceptions of interest levels when 5 new Northern Ireland attendance records were set. And just to give an overview of those, so for rugby, there were 6,047 at the Women's Six Nations Ireland versus France. In camogie, 24,730 at the All-Ireland finals. Gaelic football, 56,114 at their All-Ireland finals. Hockey had 6,137 at the FIH Olympic qualifier, and in football, 5,328 at the Euro 2021 qualifier of Ireland versus the Ukraine. So these were the same 5 sports that founded the Female Sports Forum, and without the support of the Department of Communities and Sport NI, none of this would have been possible. Looking forward, some major progress has been made, but from 2019, there was less funding for the Female Sports Forum, and it's been able to sustain any progress. The steering committee and a website do remain in place, and we are ready to revive projects whenever there's a stronger resource in place to deliver sustainable results. With the broad membership of the Northern Ireland Sports Forum, the Female Sports Forum is well placed to work with all sports, large or small, funded or non-funded. And we've learned a lot during the last 11 years of the Female Sports Forum's work. We know there is support, and we know there's still a job to be done. The gap in opportunities, facilities and funding for female support compared to sport overall appears to be growing, and we're eager to assist with driving female sport forward. As Angela Platt said, for me as a young girl, an older brother inspired me to play any sport I wanted, just like the boys could. For others, it might be the freedom to take a swim, the chance to try out a new sport, or simply time to take a walk. No matter what the aspiration, no matter the sport or activity, having the time and opportunity is something every woman and girl deserves. We can all play a part in making it possible for all women and girls to have an active, fit and sporty lifestyle, no matter what their age, circumstances or life choices. So thank you for this opportunity to update you, and we're happy to discuss and take any questions.
Thank you for that, Richard. And thank you to you all. It has been really worthwhile and a great briefing, and we're delighted to have you in today, especially following on as well from our previous two briefings. And women in sport has been something, as I had said it earlier, that this committee took a keen interest in. We wanted to see that, and sadly, we had COVID during the middle of our time as a committee, so we didn't maybe get following up on some of those issues. So we all felt it was important to have as many people represented today and allowing us to have those conversations. I have a question for each of you, and excuse me, and then Kelly has her hand up as well. So I'll just start off again in the order that I had you in, because it just makes it a wee bit easier for me. So Ricky, you had said in your paper, you had mentioned also there in your briefing about the Barclays Community Football Fund. So just a little bit more on that. And I know you mentioned about grassroots clubs and skills and resources and all that you are doing around that in areas of disadvantage. So just how much is that fund worth? And just what would be the average that any of our groups here are seeing in that?
Okay, so the Barclays Fund is for 5,500 groups across the UK. 5% of that is roughly for Northern Ireland. So that's the kind of figure what we're working with. There has been a £2,000 grant already given. So it's for over 3 years. And it's going to work through a process. So the first process is for Sported to give out a larger grant to one of its core members. So we are the largest grassroots network across the UK for grassroots clubs, and we have around 250 here in Northern Ireland that we support. So we have already given out the £2,000 to one of our Sported members who are looking to grow their participation for female and girls participation within football, and then there'll be lots of others. So say roughly 100 or so for each year. Of £500 grants. So one £2,000 grant per year, and the rest being £500 grants for the 3 years. That's the rough dynamic of funding. Now, like I said, there's also many elements to this beyond just financial grants. We will give them active support. Barclays have given lots of other sort of carrots to be dangled. So you can go across to a Barclays Premier League match. You can be a ball boy or a ball girl at one of the matches. You can be, now this will be mostly England focused, but they will be giving other people like the chance to go and train with a team and things like that. They're trying to provide those elements of hope and aspirations. These are all tailored towards girls' participation. So any group that is doing this, we are doing it for Sported members at the start and then opening it up across the whole of the country. So therefore working with IFA to highlight groups in their communities who can best use this. It may be clubs that are already working with a great host of girls and want to just increase that work, or it may be clubs who are just looking to start the formation of that project. So that's the Barclays Community Fund.
Okay, and I was going to ask that about the IFA and your relationship then with grassroots here and our Premiership teams here, and so I assume that you work closely along with them as well to try and match and emulate stuff that is happening.
Absolutely.
In other parts of the UK.
So Sported as a UK charity work with all the governing bodies across the UK. So we are no different here in Northern Ireland. So, for example, a lot of our key funding or work would obviously be with, say, Sport and I are torn from communities, but our how we diversify and grow that work is through governing bodies who, when we work with them, with the reach that they have and the ability to be able to communicate the needs of the community, that's where we want to hit. So our target and our major work is those unreached groups, those groups who may miss out on certain funding bids or don't have the qualities, all mostly under 10k of income, entirely volunteer led. And work in areas of multiple deprivation. That's where our majority of our work goes as far as Sported. But to make that impact grow, we want to work with our governing bodies like the IFA, like Ulster Rugby, all those kind of groups that do that across the country.
No, thank you. Thanks for that. If I could move on to yourself, Niamh, you just sound like you're so full of energy. You're certainly in the right job. So you are to be doing that, which is great. You had also mentioned about, and I know Ricky had mentioned it as well, about the impact COVID has had. Just what has that, in real terms, what impact has that had on your programs? You'd mentioned there about an app as well that you were rolling out, I think, too.
Yes.
Going forward, then, how do you remotivate people and get them back and interested in what in what you're delivering?
I think for us, this FAB project that we're currently rolling out is with the National Lottery. We were actually given that back in March 2020. And I think about 2 weeks later, COVID hit. So we were really presented with a big challenge whether or not we were going to continue with the delivery of the FAB, not knowing, as I think everyone, how long COVID was actually going to last. So we decided, no, we're going to go ahead with it, and we'll just sort of had to change the way we thought, the plan of delivery was. So we looked at new ways of how we could stay in touch with them and how we could keep them engaged, be through our social media, the online classes, home workouts, different things like that. So we really had to sit down and plan that out. And I think with COVID as well, with all the bad that it brought a lot of good things too, for especially smaller projects like us. Like, we really had to branch out and try new things. And for example, Zoom took the world by storm, and Starleaf, as I'm only getting to know now, it's totally a new way of working for people, but it has really added a new aspect to everyone's working life. And I think it really breaks down a barrier that we didn't even think was there for maybe people at home who have kids. They don't have childcare. They maybe care for other people, or they maybe are just so not able to pick themselves up and go out to socialise with other women. That maybe that the Zoom classes that we introduced allowed them to get involved with their local community, socialise with other like-minded women, get their physical activity in, but from the comfort of their own home. So I think for us, the challenge of COVID, as hard as it was, and just even working with our own coaches, we introduced Zoom, we introduced home workout videos. I remember there was a time we had to speak to our coach and we said, listen, could you film yourselves at home? Send your pieces of work to us and we'll work through it and edit it. And that's what we did. And we created a YouTube channel, and we did a whole range of home workouts. And then we used our social media. So we were really, really conscious of keeping the women engaged and not losing the momentum of delivery. Richard had mentioned the Active Fit and Sporty project. Whisper were very involved in that as the community aspect of the Active Fit and Sporty. And it was an amazing project to be a part of, with all the different partners that were working on it at the time. And that really helped us build our reputation, which in turn obviously increased our social media. So we were just very conscious of, with COVID, that we didn't want to lose that momentum of delivery, that we wanted to keep going, albeit a different way of working, but we ran with it and it's went really well. And I think it's going to stay. I think Zoom and our YouTube channel and our home workouts, and you mentioned there the mobile app. The app was a new thing that we wanted to introduce as part of FAB. It probably didn't get the kickstart that we wanted because of COVID, but we went ahead with it because we felt then, all our home workouts and all our different classes online can be streamed through that, and that's what we did. So we have, I think, at the minute, about 1,200 women registered on the app. That are using it weekly, and it's for us as a small community organisation. It was a big step. It was totally new to us. We had no idea how to set an app up, let alone use one. So we were totally new to it. But it's worked really well. And as I say, as much bad that COVID brought, it's really brought new ways of working for us, and we think it's here to stay. Our online classes and stuff. So we're happy to go with them now.
No, and I think you're right there. And I think even those people that are not people, but that sort of area of deprivation side, a lot of people will still have a mobile phone and will be able to go on and use their data to do things.
And we totally understand there was groups that we couldn't get to. There was the most vulnerable groups, our senior groups that we work a lot with. They just didn't have the technology or the means to go online and use the Zoom home workouts, and we totally acknowledge that. And that was something that we just couldn't get to them. We just couldn't get to them women and work with them and engage with them. So when we did get back face to face, they were our first point of contact then to try and get back to them, because I'm sure they missed us as much as we missed them.
Yeah, but I understand that for many women, it would actually doing it online. I know whenever COVID hit, and I'm going to say was a member of a gym, because I was a member of a gym, and they started moving everything online. And it's the same as I go to yoga class as well. And it was great, because then I was able to work it around my work schedule. I was able to go on to previous classes and rerun them again. And for many people, that's great, because you're doing it in the privacy of your own living room. You don't have to have the latest gear. You don't have to be, going off to the gym looking half presentable. So yeah, for me it worked. Yeah.
Definitely. It
worked when I'm no longer a member of a gym. But
well, there's many people now have ditched their gym and they've stuck with the online Zoom, because it's easier for them, it's quicker, and all the rest of it. Especially if they're at home or they're working, they can get a half an hour in at lunchtime or half an hour after work, and then the kids or whatever. So it definitely works. So no, it's something we're really proud of, and something that we've definitely added to the project, and it's a nice addition to the FAB project.
No, look, that's brilliant. Thank you for that, Neve. I'm going to move on then to Elaine. Again, Elaine, brilliant work that you're doing, and I have really enjoyed watching the Paralympics. And I think it was something that Kelly had said earlier, about seeing those role models and those women performing in various sports. It really does then encourage. So I've been watching it. I've been glued to it, and it's been fantastic. It scared the life out of me at times, especially watching the likes of downhill skiing with people that are partially blind and so it's just been dreadful. So I just really do appreciate, though I do see that there is still a long way to go, that we need to have those role models, and that needs to be more coverage given to that. I mean, there's more coverage needs to be given to women in sport in general, in my opinion, because we don't do enough. So we don't, but there's that added then. If you've got women with disability in sport, I assume that is even more pressure. I looked at your comment around the bocce. I remember going to the championship it was then the Ulster University Jordanstown when I was there, which was about 12 years ago. I'm watching it and just thinking this is phenomenal. It was so competitive and it just fantastic to watch. So yeah, that is disappointing, and for those very reasons you gave, that there's not so many women involved in that. So it's just again, I suppose just asking you, what more can we do to raise that profile, to let those young girls see that yeah, you can do this, you can be part of this. What more do you see that we need to do to promote that?
Well, through our wheelchair basketball program, we consult widely. So we've had a number of female wheelchair basketball players for a while, and over the years they've drifted off and come back in again. Mid 2019, we set up a consultation group, and we invited all of those women back into the sport again. Not necessarily to play or to coach, but just to have a voice and to share their experiences with them. And to be fair, some of that consultation brought up some elements that we had never even considered. So, having that consultation with, women already involved in the sport, to learn from their experiences and learn what works for them and what encouraged them, what made them take the step. But I'll just give you a really good example around how important role models are. This was a young swimmer that had come through DSNI programs. He was selected for London 2012, and his mum threw a fabulous congratulations party. Anyone that had an impact on his career was invited to give him a send-off. And his mum told this fabulous story. He was a double leg amputee. As a child, he was involved in Irish dancing, he was involved in GAA, he was involved in swimming, trampolining. He was in every club that he could possibly think of. And his mum was washing the dishes one day, and he came into the kitchen and he said, "No matter what I join, I can't find a boy that looks like me." And he was basically joining every club under the sun in the hope of finding somebody that was a double leg amputee that he could relate to. So although Paralympics was on the TV at that stage, and there was quite a lot of activity locally in his area, he still wanted somebody with the same disability as him. So it didn't matter if it was a single arm amputee, because that wasn't relatable to him. It had to be a double leg amputee. And that has always stuck with me, that individuals need to see someone that looks like them. So just, we've a great role model in the likes of Claire Taggart, but she throws the ball. So we really need to promote athletes that use ramps, that use head pointers, that use wrist pointers in order to deliver the ball, so that other power chair users can look at those individuals and think, well, look how she's delivering the ball, I can do that as well. So that has always stuck with me, the importance of showcasing. And with that in mind, we have set up our own Boccia Facebook page. And we're just relaunching a new website, and we'll have our own Boccia page on that as well. And it means that we can really share and really showcase the diversity within that sport. Recreationally, anybody plays Boccia, and we will also showcase that. But from a performance element, we want to show all the range of impairments involved in that sport, and that has been quite successful through our Boccia Facebook page. And Boccia UK, who is our national governing body for the sport, They have just really upped their social media game as well, and we share lots of their material. Again, just as Niamh was saying, we've benefited from some of the online material now that has been created, and our local athletes here have an opportunity to sign on to Watch UK learning opportunities that wasn't there before because you were expected to travel across the water. So now our athletes are on a screen like this talking to other athletes that look like them, that have made it, and that has such a significant impact on those individuals. So we just have to be really mindful about putting people out there, promoting the range of disabilities involved across our sports, and suppose, yeah, just it was mentioned earlier on during the IFA presentation, if you can see it, you can be it. That's a really powerful message to our young disabled female athletes.
No, like, thank you for that. And that moved me on then to Richard, and your paper had stated that there's gaps in opportunities, facilities and funding for female support. So, which is concerning as well to hear. Where does that evidence come from, Richard, and does that start then in school years?
Thanks, Chair. If you'll forgive that I haven't quite got my feet under the table with the sports forum, so I can't reach to the research directly for that. But in terms of aspects, so my current role, I work with sailing and windsurfing and so on, so I do have some good experience of that. And I think, we did see for a period of time some good investment into female sport in particular, and I think it was not just around the participation element, it was around developing leaders. And I could certainly say from my experience there, we have seen a lot of gain and a much better conversation around all the aspects. And when it comes to facilities, it is interesting on the feedback that we've had, and it is maybe anecdotal, but would be aware of clubs where the male changing rooms were always much bigger than the female changing rooms, and sometimes that was a bit of an afterthought, really. So I think we are starting to see aspects where clubs are reconsidering that and reproportioning aspects to, I suppose, really encourage people in. And there are elements of research that have been done that has shown, how much, welcoming facility, shall we say, and welcoming people within that, but the actual facilities within there present or help overcome a barrier that might stop somebody from wanting to be engaged in that sport. So I think there's a good bit around that and around facilities and considering what could be done there. And I think it was referred to earlier as well in terms of opportunities. There were bits of research done with how now it was around female participation, but motivation to get into sport. And I think some of that really carried across into different sports to rethink how they approached something that was maybe traditionally coached in a particular manner, and they rethought how to actually engage people in a different way. And I do have to say, again, from my own experience, we've seen that carry across to the sport overall. It's been a real benefit by re-looking and rethinking and reimagining how and why people want to get involved. And I think that stems from actually that female participation piece. What are the facilities that need to be in place? What are the motivations that young girls and women want to get in? What are the barriers around that? I think it was mentioned earlier, balancing with family. Again, I can say over COVID, one of the positive aspects of COVID that certainly I have seen is actually family engagement in sport locally with the whole staycation trend. And that's been something that has come across. And again, sports rethinking the times of day that they maybe deliver sport, where it was always traditionally Saturday morning at the weekend, and actually evenings or different times and different stages of the year are really useful there. And in terms of education, I think it was the department's own strategy now for the draft strategy for sport. One of the bits of feedback in there identified that only I think in the general public, feedback could only identify 6 different sports, and there's well over 85 plus different recognised sports across Northern Ireland. So I think the opportunity for people to see and understand what is out there is going to be really important.
No, like that's thank you. And we heard that also in our NIFL briefing earlier on. I don't know if any of us were listening in about women in sport and about facilities within our football clubs and how they don't lend to women in sport. And I suppose, Elaine, that is even more so when we look at people with, or someone with a disability. You know that so much of that is not welcoming either amongst many of our sport clubs because facilities aren't in place for that either. So there's an awful lot of work that we need to do to have that inclusion for all people, and all people are welcome when it comes to sport. Look, thank you. I'm going to pass over to Kelly, who's had her hand up for some time. And apologies, Kelly, for making you wait so long there. So we'll bring Kelly in.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much for, excuse my voice, for your presentations today. Niamh, you said something that has stuck with me throughout this whole presentation. It's not all about medals, and you're absolutely right. During COVID, I did a Pilates class online, and I have never been so grateful that my camera was able to be off during that, because it would have scared the whole class. But I have to ask, just Richard, when you were speaking there about the research that has been done, one of the things that has always confused me about women's sport goes back to school days. Now, I'm not that old that school PE changing rooms have changed, but has any research ever been done to ask teenage girls what they think or what is the barriers to their PE and their introduction sort of through school to sport? Because what used to get me the most is PE school uniforms are appalling, and they don't really suit teenage girls, to be quite frank, especially when their breasts are coming in and they've got their periods and so on. And I've never heard any research that has actually had the voices of 13, 14, 15-year-old girls explain what they think about PE uniforms, because I know I hated mine with an absolute passion, and it was just an Airtex shirt and a skirt, so the worst in the world. But the other things as well is things like people design school changing rooms so that it's one open room, and I don't know about the rest of the women on this call, but getting changed as a 13 or 14-year-old in front of other 13 and 14-year-old girls is not something that comes easy to anyone, and they actually need separate cubicles or curtained off, and it really puts a lot of young women off. So I was just actually wondering, has there ever been any research that actually asks young teenage women about that impact to them and to sport for them?
Thanks, Kelly. I'm afraid I don't know if I could put my hand on any research around that, but certainly it's something we could look into. And it's actually good questions, because what I can say is my own bit of research is my 9-year-old daughter, who's obviously not a teenager yet, but some of the bits you just mentioned there around changing and so on, I'm starting to see with her already, and she's starting to go through that stage. But yeah, I think in terms of that, and I think Ricky maybe had referred to it earlier in terms of looking at those barriers that present to young women in particular, young girls. And I think what we have seen, there's definitely an agreement that, there is generally a drop-off around the age of 16. And so the more that we can establish reasons why that takes place, and I think that would incorporate some of what you're talking about, I would imagine, it would help really change that dynamic. But I don't have hands on any bona fide research around that, but would certainly would look into that as a potential area to examine much more closely.
I was going to actually say, follow up to that with Ricky, actually, was to say that would be a piece of research I think that should be funded, or if there's any way to do that, because stupid PE uniforms is one barrier, changing rooms are another barrier, but it's also, I think, in schools, as Niamh has talked about, Niamh, you said there, not everything works, but I think that unfortunately our PE curriculum tends to be quite fixed on certain sports. whenever, and I do know at older age groups in the school that my daughter went to, they certainly did try boxing and Pilates and so on. But I'm just wondering, Ricky, is there anything that's being done at the minute to look at those barriers to see at an earlier age for those hard to reach young people who are maybe not involved in formal sports? Has there been anything about the opportunities or the options explored through schools that could be introduced to them?
Great questions. Thank you for that. And to come back on the question that Richard came to look at as well, the Girls Unite research that I was referencing was actually a combination of looking at the differences between sport in schools and sport outside of schools. So this research, now it was across the UK, so it wasn't Northern Ireland specific, but it did include young girls between 13 and 16 in Northern Ireland. It showed, like, I raced across to get the actual papers, or somebody running across the room, because the highest one was they're having their period, the highest barrier to participation. But the second highest was I don't like other people watching me. And the next one after that was the changing rooms are not private. So that hit exactly what you were saying. So yes, there was the confidence issues about their skill level, but some of that comes from their self-confidence issues that especially at that age. So there's confidence in their appearance. So there's the change room facilities and their privacy there. And then there's the self-confidence issues of other people will see my participation level and I will not feel good enough. So I suppose that research has been done, and that was a recent piece of research of August 2021. And we would love to try and look at other ways to grow that, especially within Northern Ireland as we close that funnel down. What has been done and what can be done to increase the participation and reduce those barriers? We like to try and run projects that hit the biggest needs. So we are working with DSNI on an Include project that looks at increasing the disability work of groups across Northern Ireland, and we're working with 4 groups, and 3 of those groups don't yet do any disability inclusion, and so we're looking to try and grow their work to try and level that out and level that playing field, and that's across all genders. But for us, again, we would love to be able to see where the funding comes from. We do have a struggle with what can be funded and what can't be funded. We have a funder that's an outside funder, a corporate funder who's funded the Include project with DSNI. We are doing one with Nissan across the UK, which is disability sports focused. The Barclays project, like I said, with reducing that gender play gap across football. But we're constantly trying to find the ways that which we can meet those real needs, because like Niamh said earlier on, it's not about the medals. Our work is community development, young people development. So it's not elite performance. And I know this as a dad, you can see it in my own 2 kids who come off the football field with a big smile on their face because they've scored a goal or a coach has said, well done. And that confidence grows. And the impact of that is a domino effect across every area of life. So our heart is to try and meet those needs, but we struggle to see sometimes where, for example, sport and eye strategies can sometimes be more focused on elite performance, which again can be celebrated as role models, but those role models in those communities need role models, and they need that by the local coach who's helping them out, by the friend who's participating, and to increase that availability and accessibility across younger age brackets, in my opinion.
One of the things that has always struck me is the fact that we do have, Americans call them soccer moms, and we do have an awful lot of women who spend what feels like their entirety of their children's young lives chasing after their children's sports. Why on the sidelines are there never any sports provided for the mums who are all attending those same matches and those same games and those same things? I think it's always, it just seems a bit strange to me that we have parents who, help children to get to all of these sports, but
Kelly, can I just jump in there just while you're saying that as well? Just what you mentioned there about the mums or whatever at the matches. WISPA actually, it was with the Active Fit and Sporting project with Department of Communities and Sport and I, when we were delivering, we actually tapped into the Gaelic and the soccer teams and the clubs, and we kind of provided Pilates and yoga and Zumba classes on the times that the training was on for the kids. So we did try and tap into that and give a bit of an option for mums or grannies or aunties, whoever it may be, bringing the kids to the matches or the training, saying, listen, if the venue, now it didn't always work depending on what club, had what facilities, but if there was a hall or a sports hall there, we said, listen, we can provide a class at that hour if you want to jump in and take part while, the child's training or whatever, and they're being looked after. So we have tried to tap into that. As I say, it is only as strong as how strong the club is and the facilitators in the club and the venue. So it doesn't always work, but we have tried, and it's probably something we want to try again, and get sort of working more closely with the sports clubs in local communities, and build that. What I play Gaelic football myself, so it's the Mothers and Others club. That's what we call them in ours. So and it does work. It works really well. As I say, when you have the facility to do it.
That's brilliant, Niamh, and your enthusiasm is amazing. Do you know what? I have to ask the question then. You found a solution to this. So we're looking to bring women back into sport. It doesn't have to be medal winning sport, but it's sport for sport's sake. And I'm just wondering how much of that is being taken on board. We have, obviously have a health system that's trying to prevent people from being sick. And having children, of course, involved in sports are wonderful, but we could get the parents involved at the same time, and it's almost part of that social prescribing model, and it opens up amazing. I run around the countryside after mine when she was playing camogie, and to be honest, if I got to do lineswoman once now and again, it was about the closest I got to taking part, but there was nothing else provided. I think that's something we certainly should tap into. Richard, is that something that the sports forum could perhaps ask? Is there anything being done to help those along sidelines, or who are the people watching the sports, if they could have something that they could take part in too?
I'm going to say, I would say yes at this stage with all of those things, and I think I'd referred to it earlier. I know from the position I'm in currently, we've actually seen reduction in junior membership, but an increase in family memberships in some clubs, and some of that, like I say, hopefully, if it's a positive element that comes from COVID, is that a lot of sports have started to look, like Niamh says, how can, there's people there. We don't just want the parents to drop off the kids and think it's a babysitting service and then move on. How can we actually engage with those parents? But it's got to be something meaningful to do that. And I suppose then it's also the additional organization by by volunteers potentially, but certainly it's something we could look into. And I do think there's a potential opportunity there off the back of COVID and how people are thinking and what's taken place. So
I think
yes,
as well,
absolutely.
Richard, just while you're saying that as well, I think working with we do sports lessons, so we do introduction to sports, whether it be like tennis, squash, golf, whatever it may be. But I think there's a link there with us and yourselves. Work we used before. Maybe it's a conversation to be had, that maybe working more closely with yourselves or the governing bodies to connect more with or communicate more with the clubs, and maybe, I don't know what it would look like, but maybe something that we're delivering those programs for the mothers and others, or aunties and others, grannies or others, whoever it may be, but working with those governing bodies, or maybe if it's not a yoga or Pilates program, whether it be an introduction to that sport per se, but on a non-competitive level, it's just purely for fun's sake and taking part. So the sons and daughters are out with the medals, but the mothers are taking part as well, but it's only a bit of fun and they're getting their exercise in. So I think that might be a conversation that might could be had down the line, maybe with us and yourselves and Sport NI as well.
Chair, my final question comes to Elaine. Elaine, I didn't want to leave you out. Absolutely not. Disability Sport, an amazing organisation. In my prior life, prior to being an MLA, I was involved in transport and enabling people with disabilities to be able to get to different services and events. And I remember we did provide quite a lot of accessible vehicles for a huge bocce championship that happened in Northern Ireland a long time ago. You were probably at school when that happened. But I was just wondering, disability sport, as we know, people with disabilities all over Northern Ireland can be disparate because, as you said, you're dealing with pan disability. So it's people with all different disabilities. So I may be sitting here today and I'm partial hearing. My neighbour who could be my closest neighbour with a disability could be 5 miles down my rural road, and they may well be a person who's a visual impairment, or they could be a wheelchair user. But I'm just wondering, is there enough built into the funding provided for disability sport that enables people to access the places that they need to travel to in order to get together for sport? Like, I'm thinking about the wheelchair basketball people, to get that team together, it must take some journeys for that team to actually come together. Is there enough help provided there?
Overall, the quick answer is no. Transport is one of the biggest issues for all of our programs and for disabled people in general. I suppose it's going to take such a collaborative approach to try and change the network. Just to give an example, we have a lovely lady through RNIB comes along to one of our programs, and she lost some of her sight, middle-aged, but was living in London, and she thought she would move back home to Craigavon because she would have the support of her parents. But actually, whenever she moved back home, she was actually more isolated because she had such good transport routes. She could take herself to the library, she could meet friends easily for coffee. Although she had the family support back home, she had to wait for her mum to be able to drive her if she wanted to meet a pal for coffee. So she was actually more isolated back home here in Northern Ireland than she was living in London. So the transport system's a massive barrier here. How we have tried to address it is trying to provide more local opportunities. So your example of wheelchair basketball is perfect there. There used to be the one Northern Ireland Knights. They trained in Antrim, and there used to be players travelling from Donegal twice a week to play wheelchair basketball, and then flying with the team over to a city in England to play their matches at the weekend. And the travel was always one of the reasons why dropout happened. We always knew there was more potential. With the introduction of the Active Living No Limits and the disability hubs allowed us to put sports equipment in each district council area in Northern Ireland. And that has really allowed us to quickly develop 6 wheelchair basketball clubs in Northern Ireland. We probably don't have the population size to have one in each council area in Northern Ireland, but that access to equipment in your local area, in your district council area, or in basketball terms, potentially in your neighbouring district council area, makes it a wee bit more achievable. It's by no means perfect, but transport is always the biggest issue. And I suppose for young people, my kids are involved in a whole range of activities, but we carpool, we share lifts. If your child is an electric power chair user, the options of sharing a lift with someone to get your child to a club is very slim, because you will need that specialised piece of equipment. And quite often that child will also need caring support as well. So car sharing isn't really an option for a lot of participants as well. I don't know what the answer to the transport question is. It's a massive challenge. It's something that's always been on our radar. We talk about it a lot, and we try to advise people on the disability action, accept community transport, and we try to source pieces of transport in people's local area to support them. Quite a lot of time we're meeting people with sight loss at the train station and maybe taking them to wherever the activity is or wherever the walk is happening. So we try our best to try and support those individuals, but it's such a challenge. Transport is such a challenge.
And can I ask then, Elaine, has it changed now? It's been a while, obviously, since I was involved directly in transport. Has it changed now? Are you allowed to apply for the transport costs along with any grants that you can apply for sport development, for instance?
No, we're not eligible to apply for that. And in a way, I can understand it, because you don't know who the participants are going to be, or where they're coming from, or what type of transport that individual is going to need. It may be that they're able to use community transport, or if it's an accessible vehicle for one individual, how do we source that, and how do we manage that? So I can see the challenges around including that in funding as well, but that's not currently something that would be seen as eligible, particularly under any of our programmes at the minute.
Okay. So it can be a barrier, but then it may well be that the person does have an alternative. Say, for instance, they maybe have an appropriate mobility vehicle or something themselves. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the majority of our basketball players would all be very independent, all full-time wheelchair users, but have their adapted vehicle.
I think actually I had a relative who went out with one of the wheelchair athletes at one stage. That was a party
there's
animal.
another story there.
That was a party animal. No, thank you very much, guys. I'm so jealous that I am so unfit and sitting here with a very bad cold, and I'm not doing my Pilates at the moment. But thank you so much. There's a lot to take forward. There's a lot of opportunities there. But it's just when we see how much enthusiasm there always is for sport, and especially for women in sport, it's heartwarming. Thank you very much.
If I could come in just for 1 minute, if that's okay, Chair, is to say that a couple of things. One, you mentioned about school facilities and school age brackets. We are trying to do a project that's been launched in London, looking at multiple deprivation areas, which is called Open Doors Project. Because one research we have found to come along what you said about the parents at the sidelines who leave their kids off and what do they do. One big issue that we have seen in our research, we do a pulse survey, which asks questions to our members, is the lack of facilities. COVID, the external sports have went outside and been able to operate, but now sometimes with restrictions, they were the first ones to make use of the indoor facilities at leisure centres, for example, which then led to a real lack of facilities to be able to multi-sports and different levels of sports. So one thing that we have found to be difficult is then what do we do with those, say, parents or other young people who don't now have the facilities to run? So the Open Doors project is to try and enable schools to be opened. So I've been working with the Department of Education to try and see if there's any funding or sources of ways that we can open up the doors of schools during school holidays to enable a wider reach of sports to be available in that local community that will impact crime and antisocial behaviour as well as physical mental health. And that's going to be piloted hopefully in the west around Enniskillen area. And as well as that, our kind of heart on how do we accomplish this as a greater goal. It's community cohesion. It's connecting those communities together. So again, in the west of Northern Ireland, where our focus is going to be in the next lot of months, it's to try and do this. And again, this is unfunded work, but trying to get this connected communities model where we will get the sports groups in the areas to work together. Because I think that's the real heart. And I think that's what we've been taught through COVID, is to say we can't fix things by ourselves. We need to be working together in partnership and in collaboration. So again, how do we work with parents on the sideline? The group whose kids have been left there to go at the football club or the whatever club has been that the kid is at, they don't have the resources or the facilities to enable the parent to go and do something. But by partnering together in their community with another group who could pick up the parent and do something more, that's where the real success is going to be found, connecting those communities together.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Kelly. Thank you, folks, for your time today. It really has been beneficial, and yeah, lots of information. So thank you so much.
Thanks a million.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, members, we're going to move swiftly along. Just to remind members to stay on to the end of the meeting. We have 3 SL1s and 3 SRs to do, so we need a quorum. But we have really a good evidence session coming up now as well from the Women's Support Networks briefing. You'll find this at page 145 of your meeting pack. It's agenda item 9. So can I welcome to the meeting Siobhan Harding from Women's Support Network and Women's Regional Consortium, and Rachel Powell from the Women's Resource and Development Agency. Really very welcome today. I know both of you well, and I'm so delighted that you're able to join us in committee on this our week that's celebrating women as well and the achievements of women. But we all know there's so much more work that needs to be done there. So I am going to pass over to yourselves to brief the committee, and then we'll follow that up with some questions. So go ahead.
Okay, hello Chair and Committee, and thank you very much for the invite to speak to you today. So I'm Siobhan and I carry out research on behalf of the Women's Regional Consortium to amplify the voices of women in disadvantaged and rural areas of Northern Ireland. I'm also a member of the Women's Policy Group, and I'm going to speak to you briefly about the Consortium's research which has formed the basis for the sections in the Feminist Recovery Plan around poverty, austerity and debt. These sections of the plan are firmly grounded in women's personal experiences. As you will have seen from our briefing document, our research shows the impact of welfare reform and austerity policies on women, which have caused financial hardship, food bank use, debt, and in some cases, cold and hunger. Increases in the cost of living, insecure and low-paid work, and changes to social security benefits as a result of welfare reform are putting growing pressure on families and household budgets. This has meant that many women on low incomes are borrowing through necessity, often through high-cost credit products, in order to make ends meet and fund essential items such as white goods. Our research on universal credit paints an overwhelmingly negative picture of life for women on the benefit. It highlights how the design of universal credit does little to protect women and their children from living on low incomes and poverty. In particular, the 5-week wait caused many women to have to borrow, cut back on essentials, or use a food bank. The consortium is currently in the process of finalising a new piece of research on women and debt. An initial summary has been provided in our briefing document, but it does show that increases in the cost of living were the issue most commonly reported as impacting on women's debts and on their ability to make ends meet more generally. This is of grave concern to us as a consortium, as it is impossible to see how many of these women and their families will be able to afford to put food on the table or heat their homes properly, given the severity of these increases. Our research shows that women often act as the shock absorbers of poverty in the home, going without food, clothes and heat in order to meet the needs of other family members when money is tight. We hear examples of this over and over again in our research work, but this poverty is very often unseen. It limits women's lives, their ability to contribute to society, and for them and their children to reach their full potential. There is work that can be done locally that could make a real difference to people's lives here. As a very proud member of the Cliff Edge Coalition, I want to thank the committee for all your help and support in getting the welfare mitigations legislation over the line, which was one of the recommendations in the Feminist Recovery Plan. But there is more that can be done around possible new mitigations for the 2-child limit, the universal credit 5-week wait, and help for private renters, which would also benefit many women. We're concerned about the impact of the collapse of the Northern Ireland Executive and what that means for the publication of the independent review into discretionary support and the review of the welfare mitigation measures. These are important pieces of work, and we're concerned about how the recommendations coming from these reviews will be taken forwards. We believe there needs to be more support for low-income families with children, including the possibility of a Northern Ireland child payment, which was a recommendation by both the expert panels for an anti-poverty and gender equality strategies and the Feminist Recovery Plan. A coalition of organisations are now working together on this. In terms of increases in the cost of living, we welcome the Energy Payment Support Scheme and that payments will be made this Friday. But as you know, the value of this help gets less and less by the day. There is a need for a longer-term approach to energy costs for low-income customers, including those in paid work, who are just outside benefit levels and also really struggling. Before I speak briefly about funding for the women's sector, I just want to finish this section with a couple of quotes. The first from Jack Monroe, food writer and anti-poverty campaigner who spoke at the Work and Pensions Committee hearing yesterday on the cost of living crisis. No one is asking for the moon. People just want to be able to pay their rent and feed their kids. And one from one of the women who took part in our recent research. Sometimes I struggle between turning the heat on and feeding the children. As a mother, you'd go without to make sure the kids have everything they need. I've made dinner sometimes, and there hasn't been enough for everyone. So I've lied and said, "It's all right, I've eaten," so that I can try and make it straight. I'll just finish by highlighting some of the issues around funding for the women's sector. The services delivered by women's centres and groups are a lifeline to local women, providing wraparound services that support not only the woman, but the whole family. During the pandemic, the women's centres were busier than ever. Many stayed open, providing childcare for frontline workers, as well as a range of other support services. In order to deliver these services, they often have to secure a cocktail of funding. Government funding has been subject to austerity cuts, which has resulted in little or no funding for overheads, and in some cases, a reduction in funded staff hours. Just like families, women's centres are finding it tougher and tougher to make ends meet. Their running costs have doubled in the last year, but there has been no increase in their budgets to meet these increases, while at the same time, many have seen increasing demand for their services. Additional support is needed to help community organisations, such as women's centres, who are providing vital support in disadvantaged communities to continue to meet these costs. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, I think you were on mute there.
Paula, I think you're on mute.
Yeah, I was on mute, and there's me saying some lovely things about Rachel too. I know. I said Rachel is never short of having anything to say. So, Rachel, do you want to come in at this stage?
Yes, please, Chair. I'm not sure if my camera is showing, but I have got my camera on. I'm not sure why it's not coming up, but I'm going to share my screen. I just have a really brief presentation, which summarises the lengthier briefing that I sent to the committee in advance. So this just is following on from the briefing that Siobhan just gave. A lot of the issues that she mentioned are in the Feminist Recovery Plan in a lot more detail. But I just wanted to give the committee the chance to see some of the other recommendations within the plan. So our Feminist Recovery Plan is to highlight the disproportionate impact of the pandemic on women, and we offer recommendations on how to mitigate against this impact. By far, most of the recommendations relate to the Department for Communities and this committee, so thank you for giving us the chance to be here today to present some of these. So we decided to publish a Feminist Recovery Plan, first of all back in July 2020, and then we relaunched in July 21. And this was down to the gender neutral policy making that exists in Northern Ireland that is actively harming women. In fact, the CDOC committee have noted that Northern Ireland's gender neutral policy making is much more pervasive than any other state that they look at across Europe. Also because of the pre-existing inequalities leading to a disproportionate impact on women. And we relaunched because of the lack of the political engagement with the women's sector. Aside from the all-party group on 1325, where we'd like to thank the chair for consistently raising the issues on the plan. We also found that after launching our first plan, there was still a consistent lack of recognition of the gendered impact of the pandemic on women. So pre-COVID, these are just some of the main stats that show why the impact was so severe. But 79% of all health and social care staff are women. 82% of part-time workers are women, which is primarily women in low-paid insecure work. 70% of workers ineligible for statutory sick pay are women. Almost 70% of all carers are women, and 91% of lone parents are women, who are the most impacted by poverty and austerity. Women also account for the vast majority of domestic abuse victims, and also over 30% of women are considered economically inactive, which is much higher than any other jurisdiction across the UK. In the 10 years following the financial crash as well, 86% of tax revenue savings through austerity came from women's income. So this is just, I want to focus a bit more on care. So really we see this as being the primary cause for many of these inequalities is the unequal distribution of care, as this contributes greatly to gender pay gap inequalities and also further poverty for women. There's deep gender segregation in the labour markets across Northern Ireland. And if you look at those that are the lowest paid, highest in part-time workers and most insecure, it's primarily where women work, particularly in the childcare sector, retail and hospitality. Women are also more likely to be forced out of the labour market because of unpaid domestic work and or caring responsibilities. And as I mentioned, it's actually close to 34% now of women aged 16 to 64 are considered economically inactive, which is compared to 22% of all men. 34% of those women are considered inactive due to family and home commitments, primarily caring responsibilities. And this is the least likely reason that men are considered economically inactive. Women have a 70% chance of providing care in their adult life compared to 60% for men, but also women are more likely to leave the workforce due to these caring responsibilities 11 years earlier than men. And research from Carers NI showed that carers in Northern Ireland save the economy 4.6 billion per year, whilst unpaid carers across the UK provide social care worth 57 billion per year. And these are pre-COVID stats. We know that this has increased dramatically. We also, in our relaunch, undertook a primary research project, and I just want to share some of the key findings from women. So 82% of women said their mental health declined during the pandemic. 58% said their physical health declined. 81% of those who had care responsibilities said that these increased. 65.4% suffered financially, either through less savings, increased debt, or struggling to pay bills. And we know that this has been greatly exacerbated with the current cost of living crisis and in research that Siobhan has recently undertaken. 66% of rural women stated that unstable internet connection and rural access poverty was exacerbated as a result. 58% had experienced domestic abuse, stalking, hate crime, harassment, or assault throughout the pandemic. And only 4.5% of respondents said Northern Ireland does not have a problem with rape culture. 92.3% believe they did not receive adequate relationship and sexuality education. 99% said they would or might support a Bill of Rights for Northern Ireland. 94% were worried that Brexit would or might have a negative impact on women's rights. And further, 50% of women from an ethnic minority community said that they experienced issues in attempting to access healthcare services and other services throughout the pandemic. These are just some of the testimonies from women throughout that time, and I know a lot of these issues in relation to homeschooling don't necessarily apply as much now, but with so many children still being home after testing positive, it is still very much an issue. But many women talked about trying to juggle care and work with homeschooling, school runs, homework, and trying to find time for themselves has been extremely difficult, and that they're tired all the time. Others said, my life is now essentially home working and continuous care. My calendar is dictated by the date on blister packs of medicine, calls to GPs, in addition to working an average of 10 hours a day. And one thing we find from women is that they often deprioritise their own health and appointments because of their own care responsibilities. Others said it's anxiety inducing that the people I care for are vaccine hesitant and are too scared to get the vaccine despite being medically vulnerable. Just a testament of the additional risk that some carers face, but also this one woman can't access carers allowance because she earns slightly too much in her part-time job. So others then talked about how their daughter was vulnerable with a rare genetic condition and was at home, even though special schools had reopened, which meant that she had much less time to herself and found this difficult. But overall, the picture was the same for women with care responsibilities, that their own needs were deprioritised throughout the pandemic and continues to be the case now. Some of the other recommendations from the plan, which you'll find in the briefing, include recommendations for a women's employment strategy. We present this to the committee today because this is something that would be a part of the gender equality strategy. Another area we're concerned with the executive collapse, that progress will not be made on this. We're also the only part of the UK or Ireland without any gender pay gap legislation, and we have been calling for this legislation to include employees or organisations with 10 plus employees, because 99% of businesses in Northern Ireland are considered small to medium. And if we just simply applied policies from England, Scotland and Wales to Northern Ireland, it wouldn't be effective, as it wouldn't account for most of the organisations here. We're also calling for a ban on pay secrecy clauses, stronger maternity pay provisions, flexible working reform, parental leave for all workers, and 6-week paternity leave as some of the ways to improve the unequal distribution of care. We also are calling on addressing the gender segregated labour markets, recognising the economic value of unpaid domestic labour and care work, and for a government funded childcare provision, another thing that we're the only part of the UK or Ireland without. Recently, yesterday actually, the Childcare for All Coalition called on all parties to make sure that creating a childcare provision is the #1 priority under a new executive. As Siobhan highlighted, there needs to be recognition and measures to address that women are the shock absorbers of poverty and austerity. And we have a vast amount of recommendations on poverty, austerity, high cost lending and debt. But primarily we are calling on the Department for Communities, the committee and all executive ministers to work with the women's sector to improve meaningful engagement and reduce harmful gender neutral policy making in Northern Ireland. In relation to care, we have some more specific recommendations. I'll not go into detail on these because they're all within the briefing pack, but really we're at a caring crisis and urgently need some of these recommendations to be implemented. And finally, just wanted to touch on engagement with the women's sector. It's really been an unprecedented time over the past 2 years with higher demands on the sector than ever before. And we have been engaging with all departments across the UK government level and the Northern Ireland Assembly level. But some of the issues we face are facing threats and abuse after doing this on a public platform or having our recommendations not considered. And we recently submitted an equality complaint against the TEO COVID recovery plan for giving us 3 days notice to respond, which is far from meaningful engagement. This has been an issue with almost every single consultation in this mandate, with the argument that the mandate is shorter than usual being used as the excuse, but really to us it's extremely difficult to engage with women in such short timeframes, and as a result women are not being properly consulted on the legislation that directly impacts them. So I'm just going to leave it there and I'll stop screen sharing. And I'm not sure why my camera's not coming up on your end, but it is on mine. But thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thanks, Rachel, for that. Okay, there are lots and lots of issues raised there. Can I just remind members, if you want to ask any questions, can you please raise your hand? I'm going to turn first of all to yourself, Siobhan. You will know if you've been following this committee at all, that the whole issue around universal credit, the contingency fund, the 5-week wait has been something from our very first meeting of this committee that we have questioned. We have made lots of noise about. And it's still unbelievable, in your paper what you're telling us, that 86% of the women had not heard about the contingency fund. Like, that is just scandalous. Whenever we were being told by the department and by the minister that they were pushing this and they were making this a priority in order to take especially women out of debt from that very beginning. One of our first events that we attended before we actually became a committee was with the UC Us, had invited committee members along, and we heard directly from those women how that had got them into debt so early on, and had paved the pathway. What more do the department need to do on that? Because I think they've failed greatly when it comes to informing the choice around that. And then you'd also mentioned there about problems in getting their questions answered by staff due to lack of knowledge of the benefit or because of delays getting responses. Has that been reported to the department, and what have your conversations then been with the department around this in putting that forward and asking the minister and the department why 2 years down the line in this mandate? And I mean, I think Rachel had said it there. We're sick and tired hearing as a committee about this short mandate and how things were not able to be done. I mean, the social strategies are the perfect example. We have been told by a committee that they would not be with us before the end of this mandate, and that would be up to a new minister to take forward. When again, this committee's been asking those questions for 2 years. So just certainly, if we want to just start off with that, Siobhan.
Sure, thanks, Chair. Yes, in terms of the contingency fund, since we released our research, which found that 86% of the women hadn't heard about the help available, and the fact that this help is a grant and it doesn't have to be repaid is really important because there are so many problems around the advance payments, which is basically getting people into debt at the very start. So since then, the department have made some changes. They have moved where they mention the contingency fund in the Universal Credit Journal up a bit, so it's a bit more noticeable. But there are a range of problems around it, which we spoke to the review of discretionary sport about. and also to the mitigations review as well, that the term contingency fund means nothing to anybody. If you say contingency fund to a woman in a women's centre, they have no idea what it is. And if it was said to me outside of this job, I would have real difficulty guessing what that means. These things must be termed in a way that people understand what they mean and what they're for. It should use the word grant so people know it doesn't have to be repaid, and it should be clear what it is. Making things, discretionary and giving them difficult names, it just won't help with uptake of things like that. And there needs to be much more proactive work by the department in letting people know about this. So I think what we need to know is what's going to come out of these reviews, and they're important pieces of work, as I said, and they're likely to have important recommendations that could make significant changes around this. So we really need to hear from those, and we don't know what's happening with those at the minute. In terms of getting questions answered by staff and difficulties that were reported in our research, now that was some time ago, but it does point to the fact that it is key that staff are well trained around these issues. The difficulty is that universal credit is an amalgamation of 6 benefits. It's very complicated. So it's like anything else. It depends on the quality of the staff member you get and their level of experience and knowledge. So I wouldn't take away from some of the very good staff members that exist within the department, but certainly some people have had experiences where they just haven't been able to get the information they need. And as well as that, the fact that it's mostly online is very difficult for some people. And there can be delays in getting responses to requests that are put up on journals and things. So that all of that stuff just complicates the process further.
Yeah, and I suppose, as constituency MLAs, we see the negative side of it as well, because we get people coming into our offices who have had really poor dealings with the department on various issues. So rarely do we ever hear about the positives, which I know there are many, but we certainly have, I know my office have had many issues around this. You'll also know that this committee had queried why the department had handed so much money back.
Yes.
Would have been, that
So
money
useful.
that been used. Like, I remember many of us questioned that when we saw that at the time, thinking, how can this be when the direction of travel since the minister came into place and since this committee was formed last year, the direction of travel was to take people out of debt. So that obviously that direction of travel did not get down to the people that it needed to get to advise on the best way to start off on a universal credit journey. So it has been really, really disappointing, and it doesn't fill me with hope.
And there is an underspend, certainly at the beginning anyway, for the contingency fund. So that does point to, the lack of awareness of the fund, which is extremely frustrating, as the money is there and it doesn't have to be repaid, and it would provide so much help to so many people. We had lots and lots of women talk about the impact of repaying advance payments. Nearly half of them were struggling to repay them, and it means that lots and lots of those women are living on less than the standard allowance of universal credit, which is already very low. It's causing huge problems. It's causing impacts in relation to food bank use. The Trussell Trust, I know, have released stats to say that I can't remember the figure, it may be 49% or something like that, or of the people that use their food banks are in debt to the government. That is a major issue if people are in debt to the government, and that is causing them to go to food banks. So you've got charities and third sector organisations picking up the pieces where they shouldn't be picking up the pieces. The level of benefits is just simply not enough to let people live decent, healthy lives, and that is an issue.
And it makes it even worse when we know that for not for all, but for some, that debt could have been avoided.
Yes.
And that just makes it worse. I'm going to move on to following on from that as well. Is that the role that you have with that link between the people you represent and government. And I know from chairing the UNSCR 1325 that quite often there is no flow of information as much as you try, and it's not on the fault of any of yourselves, because you try extremely hard. And I think Rachel had mentioned it there whenever she was finishing off as well, about how the women's sector are asked to put in a submission with very little notice, when there's such a small amount of you that actually collate that information, and such a small amount of even with women in women's centres and various other groups, and to keep going back and asking for more information. And how on earth what do we need to put in place? What recommendations do we need to put there to say, you can't treat women like this for a start, but you can't treat these organisations as an afterthought, that they're bottom of the list, when we know the great work and the informed work that you could be doing for central government to make better legislation.
Yeah, I can come in there if you want. I think I still don't know what's going on with my camera, but I'm going to leave it. But yeah, this is a huge issue that we've had where, we developed our feminist recovery plan, which was basically a roadmap how to solve a lot of these issues, and it just largely went unnoticed. And then whenever different public consultations were coming up, we've responded to over 40 in the last 2 years, which is just a huge amount. We don't have a huge amount of policy workers. It's just a few of us, a handful of us, trying to get the information together. And we have been putting in our evidence over and over again. And one of the issues is that these consultations come right at the very end of the process, and we are seeing no evidence of any of our evidence actually being taken on board. So we are working to get all the information in to make sure women have a voice, but then it's not actually being considered. It feels very tick box. And one of the things that we've recommended to every department, every minister, is that they embed, WRDA created guidelines in 2018 called Putting Women at the Heart of Public Consultation. And it's 15 guidelines on how to meaningfully engage with women, grassroots women who are directly impacted by the issues. And if that happened at the very early stages of a mandate and stakeholders were identified, it would make for better legislation overall. And a lot of the issues that come after implementing the legislation could have been avoided, because women will be able to tell you from the outset that won't work and why. So I really firmly believe that we need to have those guidelines embedded, but also our equality duties are not being abided by. Equality screening is supposed to happen before legislation comes into place. And too often now it's coming in afterwards, only because we've complained that they haven't done any. So I think there needs to be a total retraining across all departments on what equality screening is. And I'll just give one example, and I've given this example before with the draft budget last year, and all the departments had to give their equality screening documents afterwards. And there was just no understanding of the impact on women and how these cuts would impact women. And DERA, their equality screening said, well, only 9% of farmers are women, as if that was the only way that rural women were being impacted. So I really firmly believe we need to be holding the departments to account on equality screening and meaningfully engaging with women, so that we don't have to waste our time on equality complaints. Because we're at the point now where we feel like we're enabling bad governance by jumping through these loops and responding with 2 or 3 days notice, and trying to get women's voices in a way that is nothing more than tick box right now.
No, and it's simply not good enough. It's wrong on many levels. And throughout an earlier briefing, I was talking about, the more women we have involved in politics and up in our chamber, the better our legislation would be. And that also goes for the input of women and the likes of yourselves when it comes to any legislation or any strategies or anything that we might be doing. We've seen it in other countries and how other countries do it, and they do it well, and how it impacts on women. But when it impacts on women, it impacts on families. So they really have not taken this. None of the departments have taken this seriously. And I know, again, through our all-party group in writing to the various departments around the feminist recovery plan, and I know, Rachel, you've been banging your head with this one, because the response has been diabolical. So it has. And yet every department will tell you, when they stand up to speak, that women have been disproportionately disadvantaged through the entire COVID pandemic. but yet that's it, it's like lip service nearly. That's as far as it goes. So I do think in the new mandate there needs to be, something needs to be done from early on. And whether that is coming in and briefing this committee again in the new mandate and getting that started, that then this committee can write to all other committees and ask them what they're doing. Around that, I'm just very conscious of time here, and of Kelly coming in as well. So Kelly, I'm going to bring Kelly in as well, and if there's anything further you want to answer about what I said, you can add it on. We bring Kelly in.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much, both Rachel and Siobhan. I'll not keep you too long because you have covered so much today, and thank you very much for the presentation that you sent in advance. One of the key things that you brought up there was right at the very end when you talked about, the quality impacts assessments not being done. For quite some time, I have been concerned at how Section 75 is being used. Section 75 is very much a tick box where departments can turn around and say, well, do you know what, we're not discriminating against X, Y, and Z by doing this. But there has never, the way that Section 75 should be used is turn it around. Are we actually helping this person, this grouping, this type? And women, of course, are in that in several different ways, because women, it's not just women, it's women have dependents, it's women who are disabled, it's women of age, it's women of different religions, women are throughout that. Do you think that if we manage to change in the next programme for government the emphasis on the Section 75 to proactively helping those groups as opposed to not discriminating against, would that help to make a difference in priorities?
Yeah, so Kelly, I very much agree. I don't think that it's being applied properly at all right now, but even on the basis that it exists now around preventing discrimination, it's not even being applied that way. So the example, welfare reform legislation would have never passed if they had looked at it and said, actually, 86% of these savings are going to come from women. They would have very clearly been able to say, this is a form of legislation discriminatory towards women. So that would be one basis for it. But we've been finding this issue around Section 75 and any issues that disproportionately impact women, it's just been misinterpreted. So I'll give an example recently around violence against women and girls. And we've been calling on commissions and other public bodies to support violence against women and girls strategy and recognising misogyny as a hate crime. And under Section 75, there seems to be this misunderstanding that you can't legislate on anything for women specifically because you're not doing the same for men, even though the men are the perpetrators in question. So it's like saying we can't address men's violence against women because that would discriminate against men. It's just so outrageous. So I absolutely think that we do need total reform of our Section 75, how it's being applied, and the actual understanding of it. And in doing that, we will be able to implement things like gender budgeting, and that's not just to say we're budgeting for women, we're looking at every policy and thinking, do men and women benefit equally? Not just are they being discriminated against? I don't know if Siobhan wants to come in at all there. I've kind of dominated the questions for a few minutes.
I've nothing to add to what you've already said on that point, Rachel, but I did want to say something else in relation to what Paula had just said there about how we work with local women and get their voices heard. And whenever we get a consultation document, we often, I would organise focus groups and we go out and speak to them. But it's not just as simple as that. So we maybe get 6 weeks, maybe get 8 weeks. And in that time, we have to break down the consultation into language that we can have a chat about and everybody can understand. So using words like policies and strategies and things like that is a no-go because they just switch the women off straight away. But asking them about how their lives would be impacted by, a cut to universal credit of £20 a week will get the conversation going and we'll be able to get those views. They're hugely, hugely important in terms of making a difference to people's experience. And yet that is not facilitated within the consultation process and impacts on us as I know you've mentioned, Paul, and I'm not looking for sympathy, although maybe I am a wee bit, that it impacts on us as workers because we want to do the best we can for those women that we speak to. And I remember a lot of the women that I speak to, and I think about how they're dealing with cost of living increases and how different things impact on them. And it does take a toll. And everybody that I work with in the women's sector, Rachel included, and lots of others, particularly those in the women's policy group, work above and beyond, what we're contracted to do, because we believe in this work. But it's a shame whenever it gets to the point when you speak to women about things and they say they don't listen to us or they don't care what we think. We're tasked with doing that, and we want to do that, and we want to amplify their voices, and yet they still feel like they're not being heard. Now, I know that's not the case for everybody, and there is a lot of good work that is being done, but that consultation process needs looked at, because it isn't respectful to the women that work in this sector, and it isn't respectful or gives proper voice to women and their experiences. And if you want to have that, then you need to do it properly.
Kelly, have you anything further?
No, that's covered everything. No, guys, thanks very much.
No, and thanks, Kelly. No, I think you're absolutely right, Siobhan. And also, I mean, even when we talk about Section 75, we know again from our APG around when we're looking at the gender strategy that Section 75 had raised some issues around the gender strategy, because it couldn't be seen as one gender. It just is complete and utter nonsense, some of this. That you're having to overcome, and I absolutely agree with you, Siobhan. It shouldn't be felt that it's a box ticking exercise, given the amount of work and that you put into everything that you respond to. I mean, I see it. I've seen it over the years. It's a phenomenal amount of work, and yet user made feel that it is a box ticking exercise. So I do think that early on in the next mandate, most definitely, my recommendation certainly would be to come back to this committee again, and to speak to this committee again, and then that way this committee, whoever is on this committee or whatever it might look like, can then write out to all of the other committees and just go to all the committees and tell them exactly what's happening, because I think you'll find that many of them, you'll get a sympathetic ear, and many of them will be unaware of just how women's views are really are down the bottom of the agenda for many within our departments. So look, I have nothing further to ask or add, and thank you for your time today. We will send on any of the briefing papers we have. We will send them on to our department. We can send them on to the other committees to ask them also to send them on to their departments, just for their information. I know most of the departments already have this information, and have been sitting on it and done very little with it. But we need to keep pressing on. And if I know anything about this sector, I know that you don't give up, that you do keep pressing on, and you'll keep pressing on until you break through that door, and get and achieve what you've set out to get to do. So, look, thank you, Siobhan. Thank you, Rachel. Really appreciate you coming in on this day where we're discussing women's issues. Been most informative.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
Right. Okay, members, we've been given a little bit of extra time today just to get our business finished off. Broadcasting have allowed us a little bit longer, so I'm going to move you straight along. Whoops, sorry, I have a wee bit of feedback, so members, just to make you aware, there's a bit of feedback. They're all on speaker, so if you want to mute your speakers, that would be brilliant. That's it now, perfect. So the first one is tabled SL1, the Coronavirus Act alteration of expiry date of provisions related to statutory sick pay order, Northern Ireland 2022. This order will extend the expiry date of Section 44 of the Act to the 24th of September 2022 to allow the payment of statutory sick pay when someone is sick or self-isolating from COVID-19 and support current public health guidance in relation to COVID-19. Members, can I ask of you any comments, or are you content for the rule to be made?
Content.
Content, thank you so much. Okay, members, I'm going to move on then to another tabled SL1, the Social Security Habitual Residents and Past Presence Amendment Regulations, Northern Ireland 2022. Members, due to the war in Ukraine, the Home Office is creating additional safe routes for Ukrainians to come to the UK. Urgent legislation is required to ensure that UK nationals and those with pre-existing UK immigration status returning here as a result of the conflict in Ukraine, and anyone arriving here through the Home Office Ukraine Family Member Scheme are exempt from the habitual residence test and the past presence test to facilitate entitlement to social security benefits on their arrival. Again, members, are you content or any comment, Kelly?
Thank you, Chair. I think I'm a bit disgusted with what the Home Office is doing, but we should be able to accept more. There's no point in going against this piece of legislation because at least some people will be able to get safety here in the UK, but I think that it's somewhat short-sighted given how many people the other countries were able to take in from Ukraine. Northern Ireland, I've actually been in contact with quite a number of people who are in the local area, would open their homes to these Ukrainian families trying to escape the war. But we are where we are with this one, but I just want to put on record that while I'm supporting it, I'm not supporting what the Home Office is doing to people.
No, and that's fair enough. I would tend to agree with you on that. But this SL1 is a positive SL1 in allowing people to claim social security benefits on arrival and not having to go through those other tests. So members, then can we move on? Happy to move on? Okay. I'm going to then move us on to agenda item 10, which is SL1 Energy Support Scheme. Members, a copy of the SSL1 is at page 189 of your packs. The department states that at the time of laying the original regulations for the scheme, it had not received Treasury approval, and officials were unable to include the Social Security disregard provision in the original regulations. The approval was received on the 18th of February 2022, and it is now the department's intention to bring forward an amending setting out regulations to reflect this. Again, members, any comment or content that the department make the rule?
Content.
Okay, all right. And then moving on then to a copy of the rule is at page 193. And then, bear with me. Going to move on to agenda item 11, which is SR 2022-62, Social Security Benefits Claims and Payments Amendment Regulations, Northern Ireland 2022. You'll find a copy of this rule at page 193 of your pack. Can I ask members any objections to the rule?
No.
Nope. Then I'll put the following, that the Committee for Communities has considered SR 2022-62, Social Security Benefit Claims and Payments Amendment Regulations, Northern Ireland 2022, and subject to the report of the Examiner of Statutory Rules, has no objection to the rule. Moving on then to agenda item 12, SR 2022-78, the Licensing Sample Regulations, Northern Ireland 2022. A copy of this rule is at page 200 of your pack. Can I then again ask if members any objections to the rule?
No.
Okay, I'll put the following then, that the Committee for Communities has considered SR 2022-78, the Licensing Sample Regulations, Northern Ireland 2022, and subject to the report of the Examiner of Statutory Rules, has no objection to the rule. If we could move on then to agenda item 13, which is SR 2022-79, the Licensing Notice Relating to Restaurants and Guest Houses Regulations, Northern Ireland 2022. You'll find a copy of this rule at page 207 of your pack. Members, any objections to this rule?
No.
Thank you. Now I'll put the following, that the Committee for Communities has considered SR 2022-79, the Licensing Notice Relating to Restaurants and Guest Houses Regulations, Northern Ireland 2022, and subject to the report of the Examiner of Statutory Rules, has no objections to the rule. Moving on then, members, to agenda item 14, which is correspondence. You'll find the correspondence memo at page 214 of your pack. Just want to highlight, members, in your table papers is a copy of the Expert Advisory Panel's recommendation report on the Irish language and Ulster Scots. Members, what I would say is if we had another a few weeks left of the mandate, or couple of months left of the mandate, I would be asking them to come in and brief us. Sadly, that's not going to be, we're not going to be able to do that. But again, can I just ask if you have any comments? Are you content to note? Content?
Content.
Thank you. Okay, anything any other member wants to bring up under correspondence, or happy we'll move on? Okay, then we'll move on agenda item 15, which is the draft legacy report.
Paula,
Sorry, go ahead, Janice.
we just lost quorum, so we're not be able to agree this next report.
Oh, goodness. Okay, so we've just, all right, we can't agree the report.
Yeah, we can bring it back on the 24th.
Right, okay, that's fine then. Then we need to move on to AOB. Any other business, members? No? All right,
No.
Thank you. I'm going to move on then to forward work programme. Members, as I'd said earlier in the meeting, next week is St Patrick's Day. So our last committee meeting of the mandate will take place on Thursday, the 24th of March, when we'll be briefed by Raise on urban and rural community networks and by DePaul on Housing First. Also to be confirmed is a briefing by Action Mental Health on a range of issues, including current ESF delivery under the DFC remit and future shared prosperity fund. So members, any comments or content to note agenda item 17 forward work programme?
Content.
Good stuff. Okay. Then we're going to move on then to date, time and location of our next meeting. Members, our next meeting will take place on Thursday, the 24th of March, 2022, when it will be our last meeting at 9:30 a.m. It says here room 29. Janice, has that changed from a fully virtual? Or have I...
No, it's fully virtual.
Sorry, right, okay. Members, it's fully virtual. As you'll know from your order papers, the final plenary sitting is moved to that Thursday. So therefore we don't have the room to use for the Starleaf. So it's a fully virtual meeting, Thursday the 24th at 9:30 a.m. Thank you very much, members, for your time today.
Committee room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee room